All right. Says I'm live. This is Tessa. Welcome to my channel. I set this up and then almost promptly forgot I did. Thanks to the darling writer. She reminded me. Because I forgot. Oh, I'm just so tired. I just can't seem to think straight anymore. Um, so I had started writing the little blurbs to go with the 60-minute YouTube shorts. It's hard cutting down the information to make it less than 60 seconds and then filming them. It usually takes me numerous times because I'm just not sure how much is 60 seconds till you actually do one, and then you have an idea. Excuse me, my stomach is not feeling well. So you never know until you actually start filming it what your word count is going to actually be. And so I will be, I keep doing them, trying to cut it down, trying to figure out how to rewrite it so that I could, get it less than 60 seconds. It's not easy. It's pretty difficult, especially if you want to say something of any, value. 60 seconds is not a long time. In some situations, 60 seconds can seem like forever, but in this situation, 60 seconds is not a long time. So then I had to make a list of repairs that need to be done in my car because I have to take that in and get it fixed. Somebody gifted me some gift cards, which I can use very much because the car needs repairs. I do not drive a lot anymore, but I need it to be drivable and safe if I do need to drive it, because I do need to drive it, periodically. It's just not as often as I used to drive it. It's gotta be safe because I'm I'm getting to a point where, I run over curbs, and it's just a perception problem, but it's terrible. So, I have to worry about that. I don't want to have to worry about my car not being safe itself. Bad enough that I run over curbs. and I either park when I'm parking in a lined space. I'm either all the way over into the next spot where I'm 10 feet back from the line. Like, my perception is really off. So I really don't like driving. Never have liked driving. Driving has always been something I hated. My father forced me into learning as a teenager. I was probably one of the few teenagers in the world that had to be forced to drive. Most of them are, when can we do it? When can we do it? How soon, Mom? When, what? Not me. I didn't want to do it. He made me do it. I'm glad he made me do it because life without driving would have been very difficult because there just isn't somebody around to drive me wherever I need to go. So, if I didn't learn how to drive, it would have been really difficult. But I was really upset with him at the time. I just didn't want to drive, and I still am afraid to drive. It's not something that I am comfortable with, even at my, at my age. I'm not young anymore. And of course, my kids are like, Mom, we don't want you driving. We don't think it's a good idea. Well, fine. Then find me somebody to drive me, because there are some things I need to drive to. I just don't have a choice. So I got a list of repairs that I know of, and I'll need them, of course, to go over the vehicle and see if there's anything they see that's, needs fixing, and then see how much I have, whether or not I can afford it. I mean, it was a pretty nice gift, but it doesn't mean it's going to, stretch for car repairs, because car repairs can be expensive. I'm a little frustrated with myself because writing right now seems to be difficult. And I think part of that is just because I'm so exhausted and I'm not feeling well. The colitis is not going away, so pretty much, most foods, if I try to eat them, upset my stomach and cause other issues. So, life is difficult right now, besides all the other stuff that's going on physically in my life. Um, the doctor says I have to cut down on my pain medicine, which means I'm in much more pain than I was before. And, chronic pain all your life, it sucks. And, I've lived this way. And, after a while, you kind of get used to a little bit more pain and a little bit more pain. But I'm getting to a point now where pain medicine doesn't do much. And I can see how much it does do when I stop taking it, obviously. But it feels like at the time it's not doing much. So I have been in so much pain. And now they're, insisting I cut down on my pain medicine. It's making things difficult. I'm not happy. Definitely not a happy camper. My creativity is in I don't know, I don't know what's going on. I mean, sometimes with my bipolar, my creativity will disappear, but I'm not really super depressed. I mean, I guess there's some depression in there. There's more anxiety than depression, really. But the anxiety really affects you, and it's severe anxiety, and the world is just going nuts. And I don't know, don't know the answer. I'm trying to work on my blog, and I've been blogging for 10 years almost now, and all my work is in my blogs. No, I mean, I've gotten rid of a lot. Some of it I read at a later time and say, oh my God, that's just not good. But at the time, it seemed to be acceptable. But then it's like, I look at it now and I'm like, no, can't be on the blog. So there are times when I go through and I start, deleting stuff. And I will have to cut down on some of the stuff that's on there because I don't know how much space the blogging gives you before it starts running out of space. I don't know. But sometimes what I'll do is I'll go in and I'll take the old stuff and recycle it so that it becomes new stuff, because there's a lot more new readers. I have a lot of new people, and so sometimes that's what I end up doing. And so I can't really tell the exact time of how long I've been with WordPress, but I know it's been at least almost 10 years, because I think they sent me a 9-year anniversary thing months ago. So they're kind of keeping track. And I have 3 blogs with them, so there's a lot of work, short stories, poetry, etc. in there. There's some stuff in there. One blog has a lot of my life where, I was going through rough times and, sort of a diary type thing of my life. And that one, I started adding the newer work to it at that point. So it has a lot of my work in it too, plus those things, which technically I don't need to have all that stuff on there. I mean, the word, my my work, I don't want to get rid of. But all that other stuff that, you know, I was going through at the time, no one needs to go back and read that. I mean, who cares? I mean, it was before. But I don't want to get rid of my work, of course. And the very first blog, I can't delete because that's what every other blog is under. So that was my very oldest one. And so, you know, I go through, I'm not really updating the other blogs. The one you see on the screen here is my new one and the one that I'm working on. So I'm, you know, need to go through the old blogs, take out what I think is still savable and worth doing, and maybe move it over to the new blog. And of course, I've, like I said, I've had a lot of new followers. So, you know, that stuff that was written 10 years ago, people aren't going to remember it if they even did read it, and if they're still around. But I have a lot of new people. So I have plenty of things that I can do if I can't seem to create new, because I want to keep my blog. If I don't keep the blog moving, become stagnant, you lose your followers, just like in YouTube. If you don't keep doing new videos, you tend to lose your followers. So to that cause, I've been working on these YouTube shorts, which, as I explained, are very difficult to do, because 60 seconds is just not a lot of time. But I'm trying to write up little blurbs to remind me what to say when I'm trying to film it. And then I ran into the problem with my new phone being too big to fit into my tripod adapter. So I know I may have to order a new adapter, because trying to do it any other way is not as good as having it set firmly in a tripod. So I may have to go looking for one that's made for these new iPhone 12s, because they're much bigger than what I used to have. So I just came from another stream. Like I said, I was on the Dawdling Writers stream. And she reminded me, because she puts a list of, you know, all the things out there, different streams that are available. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot. She had posted it, looked at the time. I'm like, oh, I forgot. So I came over here. I mean, nobody's here yet, so nobody noticed I wasn't here. And my hair needs cutting. It is way too long. It's messy. I don't know. I can't seem to do much with it. This is not the point now where it's hanging in my eyes. And I cannot stand hair hanging in my eyes. So I need to try and get a haircut before they shut everything down again on me. That's what happened last time, and I had such long hair. It wasn't funny. Some of those videos were really getting wild with the long hair, because I don't wear my hair long. I have it cut quite short. And I lose a lot of hair, but I have so much hair that it's not noticeable that I'm losing my hair. Whereas my mom, who had very thin hair, when she started losing hers, unfortunately, you noticed it, because she was becoming more and more bald, pretty much. I said, my gosh, you look like your dad. And then add the loss of hair, and you really look like your dad. And I look like my mom, so don't want to lose my hair, because I don't look like my grandfather. Don't want to do that. So I did write a story last night that kind of came to me because I was doing my blog post, and I put one up, and I thought, it's not what I wanted to do, but I didn't know what to do. And then all of a sudden, thinking about my grandson who just got out of the Marine Corps. He served his 4 years, and he's out now. And I started thinking about the fact how he missed his baby brother's first birthday party. Yeah, my daughter has a big stretch between all her kids. There's the one that's turning 23, one that is 14, and one that just turned 1. And so him missing the first birthday party gave me an idea. And so I quickly rewrote a story and I changed what was on the blog to that. So at least something came out of last night. It wasn't a total loss. And now I'm, like I said, working on the YouTube shorts. I have those to take care of. Still trying to take all these millions of notes that are laying all over the place. I'm either crossing out what's already been done, notating where it needs to be in my blog, in my planner, trying to update, the planner. I got the planner now that is the combination planner and bullet journal, because I was able to buy the dotted pages for my planner. And I use the Happy Planner Classic, and I am so far happy with it. And I can customize it to whatever I want. And I can even make my own pages, but I don't have good paper to print on. I would have to measure them and down to the right size. And then I would have to punch them, which I do have a punch. I have not used yet, but I could make my own. Plus, I bought a bunch of templates from some of the Etsy people out there offering different types of pages, but most of them just don't fit what I'm looking for. So it's kind of like I need to create my own if I want something, but I would have to buy better paper because the thin paper is no good. It needs it needs that thicker paper, which I bought several printed things from a couple websites that have been very nicely done, and they're printed. So of course you pay more than buying just the thing you can reprint yourself, but they're nicely done, and I feel it's worth all that aggravation of trying to measure and cut, and the cost of the ink and the all of that. It just seemed to me it was worth it to pay the money and let them do it. But I can, it's customized to what I need. And I was just seeing a planner, and I know this person is very excited about the planner, and that's good. I'm glad it works for them. But I've heard a lot of people complaining about that particular planner. And when I watched the unboxing of said planner, it definitely wasn't for me. It was hardbound. It was a hardbound book. And I like my planner where I can take things out or move it around. If I'm not going to use a certain kind of page, I don't want it in there taking up space. So I like the Happy Planner because you can customize it and make it whatever you want. So I would probably most likely be sticking with them. I did pay to have somebody create a cover with my name on it. So I have an extra cover and pages that I took out of that one, and I created what I wanted with my new cover. And I ordered especially the dotted pages for the bullet journal. That was perfect because I could see them. The one I bought, I got this bullet journal, and it's got dotted pages, but I can't see the dots. And I'm like, what good are they if you can't see them? And it's really like everything I did on it's cockeyed. And then I tried learning I'm trying to learn how to make letters, and not just plain writing, to make it a little bit fancier. I'm trying to learn how to make letters, like calligraphy and stuff like that. Fancier, or letters with more substantialness, if that's a word to it. Not just a single line with a a loop on it, it's full, you know, so it's like you would be like making I wouldn't even know what to call it, but it's, you know, a full, and it's fancier and it looks nicer, but of course mine are messy because I'm not very good at that. Needs a lot of practice, but I have a whole bullet journal here that I can use to practice on because I can't use it as a bullet journal. And I really didn't want 2 books. I wanted 1 book. So buying the dotted pages for my planner was the best idea. I can have the best of both worlds in one journal. I'm kind of rambling, but since nobody's here, nobody knows I'm rambling. And I know that if somebody clicks on this, they expect to hear something going on, or at least see a sprint going on. So it was a pop-up. So if people don't show up, I know there are other people out there. They may not show up. They may show up later. I will do this for a while and see if anybody does show up. And, you know, I have things I have to do. The timer kind of keeps me moving along. Sometimes I forget the timer's on and this startles me. And I need to update my journal, my blog today, because there's some things that I could probably do in it. Because I try to do a lot of prompts, and most of them are weekly, so, you know, and then there's one that's I'm doing right now is daily, so trying to keep up with that. The prompts. I like prompts because I have a hard time coming up with ideas, and sometimes the prompts are really great for me. And my novel, as I've said, hi Shay. You need to do the same. You forgot to journal yesterday. Messed up your 10-day streak. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not journaling. Journaling doesn't even pop into my mind at this point in my life. I'm having a rough day. It hasn't been a good day. But, you know, I have to keep going. Not much I can do about it. So I figured I'd go ahead and, you know, I have all this stuff that I want to do. So I did another pop-up, and maybe people come. Maybe they won't. If they don't come, then I can stop early. You know, because I'm known for having long streams. My longest one was 10.5 hours. And people laugh, but I don't know. I just do. That's just the way I am. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your concern. I mean, what else can you do? You got to push on. You need to work on a blog post for this week. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard. And if I don't keep up with it, it's very easy to just let it go. Because you let one day go, and then you say, well, I'll do it tomorrow. And then the tomorrow comes, and it's like, well, I don't really feel like it. I didn't do it yesterday. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. And before you know it, you know, like time gets away from you. And the longer it goes, the harder it is to get back into a habit. And so, you know, I used to blog every day, every single day, at least several blogs, whether it, you know, how my day was going, or stories, or prompts, or, you know, whatever. lately it's become harder and harder. Yeah, I don't want it to become a habit of letting things. I don't have my glasses on. Fall or fail. I'm not sure what this is. I should put. I'm gonna have a headache if I don't. If I have enough problems. Fall. Letting things fall. Yeah. If you don't keep that habit up, it is really hard. You get to a certain point where you stop. And I went, I mean, people thought I had disappeared off the internet completely. Didn't even realize I was still around because I created a new blog and stopped updating the old ones. And so all the people in there just thought, oh, I'm another one of those people that just disappeared, because people disappear all the time, whether it's they decide not to do it or something more terrible, like they died and you don't know about it. I mean, sometimes some people, there's a spouse or somebody will come on and post it and say, something happened to my husband or wife or whoever, and you know about it. But a lot of people just simply disappear. So people thought I had disappeared. So, in fact, yeah, I've just revived my blog. I just got the notice saying your blog has reached, a maximum amount of you know time and your stats are really rising. And I'm like, well, see, it doesn't take long to get it back into going, and I'm getting new people again. So it's just a matter of you have to keep it up. And the same with YouTube. If you don't do videos often enough, soon people forget about you and they just disappear. And it's the same sort of thing. So, and like I was saying, I don't know when you popped in, I'm doing those YouTube shorts and they're very difficult. 60 less than 60 seconds to talk about something and make sense. It's really hard to do. But I've noticed I'm getting a lot of hits on those little 1 minute, less than 1 minute, because it can't be more than 60 seconds. I'm getting, like, within a day, I had over 120 hits on. I'm like, wow. People are hitting on these things. So it certainly probably will help the numbers on my blog. I mean, on my YouTube. Same with my blog. I mean, once I get back into doing it, but I keep running into things to stop me. Thank goodness for live streams, because I hate editing actual videos. Yeah, I'm no good with editing. I haven't figured out how to do it very well. And right now I don't have any editing programs. This is a new computer and I don't have any programs, but I didn't understand how they worked anyhow. I got to a point where I found one that was super, super simple. It was called Filmora 9. And I was able to drop an intro and an outro in, but as far as cutting it and, taking a bunch of video and cutting out what I don't want, I can't do that still. Even on there, I haven't figured out how to do it. So, yeah, all my videos are just, if there's a really, really, really noticeable boo-boo that I noticed, don't always notice, but if I definitely notice one, I'll have to redo reshoot the videos. So, yeah, live streams definitely are much easier. And if I make a mistake, I make a mistake. It's just part of the whole thing. So I almost forgot this one. I posted on the Dolly Writer that I had one at 5, and she put it in her link thing at the end. And when it came up, I'm like, oh my goodness, you're supposed to be streaming. I'm like, run over here and try to get it, started, because I wasn't paying attention. Uh, I'm just so exhausted that I can't even think straight anymore. And, you know, I had colitis and I can't eat foods, and that makes it very difficult. So I'm always got an upset stomach. So between the no sleep, the upset stomach, not being able to eat, only a couple foods that I can tolerate, it's just been annoying to boot. It's not a good time. But then when in my life has been a good time. You know, people tell me I'm strong. I mean, I've lived through a lot of things that would have taken a lot of people down, but I'm not going to let it take me down. I'm not going to let it. Let's see. You're trying to decide if you're going to do a crochet chit chat today or start back next week. There you go. If you put it off, what happens next week? Will you do the same thing and put it off another week? That's how we start on those slides to the wrong side is, we put it off and then the next week comes and then we put it off again because it's easier. Believe me, I've been through this so many times. I can definitely tell you that putting it off is definitely not a good thing. So, I know it's not my business, but if I was to say anything, I would say, do it. Don't wait till next week, because next week you're liable to feel the same way. That sounds awful. I'm super sorry that you're dealing with all that. I completely understand and relate to that. My grandma always said it's a blessing to not look like what you've been through. I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. I'm in so much pain. I was saying earlier, and they're cutting my pain medicine as if I don't have enough issues going on. They're cutting my pain medicine. And, it's like I have to appear, happy. I have to appear, energetic, and I have to, have that smile plastered on my face. And I grew up with my life plastering a smile on my face and not letting what is on the inside out most of the time. Sometimes it does come out. But most of the time, people say, oh, I never would have believed it. You're always smiling. And I learned as a baby, I learned that smiling was a good thing. Smiling hides a lot. And people don't understand if I have a bad day and I say, this is going on, and they're like, well, you're always smiling. I had no idea. Smiling is important if you don't want people constantly feeling sorry for you, which I don't want people constantly feeling sorry for me. I feel sorry enough for myself. It's not the crocheting I'm putting off. It's the being on camera, Oh, yeah. Sometimes I just don't feel like being on camera professionally. I get that. And now I'm an introvert, which is the weirdest thing because I love doing these live streams. And I'm an introvert. And you would think that would be the last thing I'd want to do. I really enjoy it. Now, obviously, I'll stream for 10 and a half hours at a time. 6 to 8 hours. My streams are almost always long. I don't think I've had, the only one I had that was around 2 hours was the one I had just had an injection in my back, and I was online, and the two people that were there knew it, and they're like, please stop streaming and go lay down, because I was sitting here, and that was probably the shortest one I ever had. So yeah, it's a blessing and a curse to smile through what's going on. Well, if I don't, like I said, then I've got people asking me what's wrong. And once I start down that rabbit hole, it's hard to come out of it. So it's much easier just to smile and pretend everything's fine and keep going and not have people asking me what's wrong. Because if they ask me what's wrong, I'm going to tell them. And then, you know, like I said, it's a rabbit hole. You just kind of get lost in it. And I don't want to do that. So I learned how to smile no matter how I felt. And I was at work one time and I told them that I had bipolar disorder. I was having a really hard time at the time. And they looked at me. All of them looked at me and said, we never would have believed that because you're always smiling. You know how many times I've heard that in my life? Because you're always smiling. We had no idea. And that's good, I think. I didn't want them to know there was a problem. But sometimes you just can't keep going on. Sometimes you have to take a break. I had a rough night last night. I had a long talk with a couple of people here on the, they end up happening late at night on the live stream. And we whether it's me or someone else who needs to talk, we definitely will talk. I mean, I'm an advocate for mental health as well as invisible illnesses. So, you know, if somebody needs my help, I'm glad to give it to them. So, right, it's like a double-edged sword at times. I get it. People don't really be prepared for the answer when they ask what's wrong. Yes. And sometimes they're sorry that they asked. And I try sometimes to just ignore the fact that they're asking me what's wrong because I'm not sure if they really want to know. Because a lot of people will just say that, you know, because, you know, they're being polite. And then they get dumped on. And I don't like to do that to people. But it has happened. People did the same to you with having epilepsy or when I was paralyzed. Oh, man. So sorry. Especially because I look much younger than I am. I don't know if I look younger or older. I am only 64. But, I don't know. Hi, Mary. Hi, Shadow. Nice to see you both. Well, I wish you well, Shay. I think we understand each other a lot. And if you can, I would go ahead and do your talk. That's, you know, just saying how much harder it'd be next time if you stop. Hi, Laura. I would definitely try to keep up the habit because it is so hard once you break your habit to get it back again. And thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it. And you know, I wish I could crochet and knit and all that, but I could never learn. My mom tried. It just wasn't anything I could do. It's just not my thing. Oh man, I used to make weird looking things and don't know how to follow patterns. And my sister crochets and she's beautiful at it. And she knits a little bit too, but it wasn't my thing. So yeah, if I would have your crocheting thing. I know it's hard being on camera, but you know, oh, I saw that Laura, that your little photo printer is not working. I'm so sorry, especially if you use it a lot. My dad had a little photo printer and he loved that thing. Shadows Lair says, what's wrong? I'm an autistic epileptic with chronic depression and EDS. I got a list of what's wrong. Me in my head, me in reality. I'm fine. Yeah. I understand that. That's what we were kind of talking about. You know, I'm always smiling, and people just, you know, if I do let something out, they're like, but you're always smiling. But I have to. You have to. I mean, you have to survive. Um, I'm glad you're enjoying your uh, I saw your little video and I saw the planner, but to me, it wouldn't work. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. I need a planner that I can customize, hardbound like that. I don't know, because it's bound with things I wouldn't use. I don't know how much you can customize it when you order it. I don't know, but I saw your unpacking and that you were very happy with it. So I'm glad that you're happy with your planner, because that's the important thing. You're the one who's using it, so you need to be happy with it. Laura says, I use it almost every day for my journaling. I was wondering, yeah, if you were making little pictures for your journaling. I was using it to make a super secret journal for my sister, and it just stopped. Ah, that's awful. I don't know how expensive they are. I never had one. But that would be a pain to have to replace, I'm sure. Yeah, I know you FaceTime with your nephew all the time, and I think that's wonderful. You take screenshots of him, so he's all over my pages. Oh, that's so cute. Shadow says, thanks. So far, it seems good. Well, that's good. I'm glad you are finding it helpful, because we all have to find what works for us. And I'm having a difficulty with planners anyhow. Finding something that works for me in the planner is really difficult. So I'm finding it rough, and I got turned on to the happy planners, and I like them, and like I could create my own pages even, and it takes a little time and special paper and ink and stuff, but I could create, because there's a few things I have that I won't be able to actually buy, and I'll have to create my own, which means I need to order some thicker paper. The paper I have is too flimsy. I need something thicker, but not too thick that it won't go through my printer, because if it's the, what do you call that paper? the harder stuff. It just went out of my mind. So I need a definitely more stiffer paper than this flimsy stuff I have right now, which is great for just printing out things like manuscripts and, you know, whatever. But for putting in the planner, I need something that is a lot stiffer. So I may have to order some of that to use and create my own, because I have to keep track of like my blood sugar, and it'd be easier if I could make cardstock. Yes, thank you, Laura. That's cardstock. Yes. I have cardstock. It won't go through the printer, so I can't use that. So what I need is a more regular paper, but, you know, not the real flimsy stuff. I need something that has some heft to it, so, you know, when you're turning the page in your planner, it doesn't rip or something like that. And but I'll probably have to create those. I'll probably have to create something to keep track of my blood sugars, and they don't sell those kind of things, you know. You know, you can find different types of trackers, but I'm not sure there's anything out there that would work for that, because I have to do it so many times a day. I need to keep track of the time and the number and all that. So I may have to create my own. You may have to break down and create my own. But, you know, measuring it and getting it the right size is such a pain. That's why I was hoping to find as much as I did find. I love the dotted pages. They're They're nice. They're heavy. They're not going to bleed through, is, you know, most likely. And the dots, I can see the dots. And, you know, it's like I got this dotted paper over here. It's like I can't even see the dots. I mean, my lines look ridiculous because you can't see the dots. Crazy, right? So if BA shows up when we get on the planner thing again. You know, he use with planners, pens, and everything. I mean, he's worse than I am. I thought I was bad. I thought I had a problem. I think he's bad. I think he's worse than I am. But I've seen some of your journal pages, and they're really neat. And I remember seeing all the pictures and everything in there. So I'm so sorry the little printer's not working. I never thought of taking screenshots. That's a pretty cool idea, actually. Not that I FaceTime with my family. They don't do that. My daughter keeps saying, "Oh, we'll get on and have a video chat, and I'll see the baby." Yeah, right. I hardly ever see the baby. I think I've seen him a couple times since he was born a little over a year ago. I did get to see his birth. That was before the breakout. So I got to see his birth. And then they went in shutdown not too long after his birth, and that was the end of that. So I miss seeing them. I mean, I used to see my grandchildren grow up, and even my older ones, I don't get to see that often. Because they're trying to make sure I don't get sick, and they don't want to get sick either. So everybody's kind of, we're social distancing ourselves, even though we're family, because we don't live together. So Laura says that way I can make them how big I want and of whatever I want. Yeah. Okay. Trying to save money by painting pictures instead of buying stickers. That's cool too. I've seen your work. It's definitely very good. I saw somebody, I was flipping through videos and saw somebody's watercolor painting. And like most of them I find super weird, but this was a really nice painting. I know the ones you did were pretty good too. That was pretty good. Did Charlie see the last one you just did? Because I know you did that for Charlie. Well, I have been on for 48 minutes. Probably should have a sprint. Charlie saw the ghost one that you did. It's the locks right now on their phone now. Okay, cool. I figured they liked it. That's really nice. It's very nice. So should we print? Yeah, they liked it. Yay. I guess we all kind of wonder when we're doing something for somebody else, what are they going to think? And that's quite a compliment that they put it on the lock screen of their phone. So I say you did a good job. I'm currently between my blog and writing these little shorts, what I'm going to say, trying to get it down to less than 60 seconds. Working on that and coming up with ideas to make them, because people are hitting on them. It's amazing that they're hitting on them. I guess because, they figure a short, how long can 60-second. If it's even, sometimes they're not even 60 seconds. I mean, how hard is that to look at, right? So I've been trying to come up with subjects for making the shorts. So are we up to starting? Haven't figured out what I'm going to do exactly. I have so much to do. You know, Laura almost just, if when I was over on Jules's, and she put the link up there to here, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be over there. So I was a little bit late this one to getting to this one. It's $125 to replace the printer. Oh wow. Hopefully I can get it to work again once the battery dies. That's a lot of money for a little printer. I didn't pay that much for a big printer. I hope you can get it to work again. But, like I said, I think it's time. Okay, you have a family call in 7 minutes. You hope to be back afterwards. Okay, I hope so. Yeah, my family doesn't even, they don't even worry about calls and stuff like that. I only hear from them when it's absolutely necessary. It's just the way it is. So hopefully we'll see you later and have a fun time with your call. That's so nice. All right, well, I'm going to start a sprint, and I'm going to set it for 30 minutes like I usually do. And anybody wants to join me is welcome to. But I figure we need to get one started. We do a big group one on Saturdays. Well, that's Sundays. That's good. I gather you mean the whole family. That's cool. I'm glad for you. Thank you. Have fun sprinting. Yeah, I'm going to try. I'm like overwhelmed right now. I just don't know what to do. You know, it's just crazy. So see you later. Have fun. All right. I am going to set my timer for 30 minutes. Anybody would like to join me? Please do. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Sprint number 1 is done. I didn't even put any of the banners up or anything. Wait. Not even thinking. Okay. I'm not sure anybody got anything done. So feel free to let me know what you did during this sprint. I am working on my blog and looking for some new prompts. And so that's basically what I'm doing right now, is working on my blog, trying to get it caught up, looking for some new prompts to do. Okay. Shadows Lair said, I filled calendar and ordered a keyboard protector. Wow, I haven't had a keyboard protector in a long time. I remember, of course, in work, we always had keyboard protectors. But I haven't seen one since then, and that was a long time ago. I remember I worked at this one place, and they always threw confetti constantly for anything to happen, you know. And the keyboard had so much confetti in it, you couldn't press the keys. So I'm sitting here. This is the desk they make me sit at because I was just a temp, you know. It's like, here, this person not here, sit here. And I can't do anything. So I'm sitting here pounding this keyboard on the desk, and tons of confetti are coming in. I'm like, you know, this is not a good thing to do. You should not be throwing confetti all over these keyboards. They don't work right, for one thing. So, good job on ordering a keyboard protector. And of course, filling your calendar. It's always going to be harder in the beginning because you've got to catch up. But once you're caught up, hopefully it won't be as difficult to keep up with. Yeah, one can hope. Mary says she read a few pages of a book. And that's good. I need to get back into reading. Whether it's for fun or for my craft or something. I used to read a book every day, and now I barely pick a book up. I'm more interested in writing, and right now I'm not interested in anything. So it's hard for me right now to find something I really feel like doing. I really hate that. I mean, I read a book every day. I wasn't working, obviously. I was on disability. And I'm a fast reader. So, you know, like every week or so, I was at the library getting a huge stash of books because I would read at least one every day and maybe even start the second one. And it's like, I was going through books like crazy. And I tried to keep track. I was keeping a spreadsheet, which of course got lost over the years. But I was trying to, you know, figure out what I read, and I wanted to read them in order. Because one thing I hate is reading a series that's not in order. And so I notated every book I read, and I had this huge spreadsheet. And I was really upset when I lost that spreadsheet. And now it's like, you know what? It's been so long. I could probably read any book and not remember it. And I was starting at the beginning of the alphabet. So I went to the mystery series because I was currently into mysteries at that time. And I started with the letter A. And I worked my way through each author. And I looked up each author to see all the books that they wrote, the ones the library didn't have on their shelves because they didn't have them. I would order them from the other libraries. It was a big thing that I went through just to read a book, and I wanted them all in the order they were written. So I went through a big thing. And then now it's like I hardly ever read at all. And I really miss it sometimes because I love reading. I kind of like writing more though. When I'm in the mood, I really like to write more than read. So, of course, reading got pushed aside over the last few years as I was writing more and more. So, good on you on reading a book. In shadows, there's a fauna spilled milk on my beloved laptop, which is why protector. Oh yeah, that's definitely a good idea. I don't know about laptops. I know that, like, I have a desktop, so of course I have a keyboard that, you plug in. It's separate from the thing. It's not connected. I couldn't tell you about laptops. Probably not a good idea. But my friend who worked in computers and repairs and etc. said that they actually took the keyboards when people at work would spill soda all over it, for example, make it sticky and not able to be used, and put them in the bathtub and let them soak, and then just wait for them to dry, and they would work again. I'm like, really? They worked again? I thought once you spilled liquid all over your keyboard, it was done for. And he said, no, just wash it off and let it dry thoroughly. It'll work. But that's not attached to a keyboard. So, I mean, a laptop. So don't do that with a laptop. I wouldn't suggest that. I mean, a cheap keyboard that you can replace, for a little bit is one thing. I had not a laptop. That would be a whole different story. Yes, I would definitely suggest a laptop, a protector for your keyboard in that case. I don't know who fauna is. I'm thinking maybe an animal. But then again, it could have been a human who spilled. We humans spill things too. Somebody came to use my computer the other day, and I had my container of water sitting on the shelf where my keyboard is, right next to it. And she's like, can I move this? I'm afraid I'm going to spill it on your keyboard. I'm like, yes, please. I shouldn't have put it down there. I ended up not thinking about it and, just set it down. I got distracted. It's like, yes, please. Give me the glass. It doesn't belong there. Don't usually put things on near my keyboard. Oh, okay. The child. Yeah, well, that us humans do those things too. So, and children especially. Shadows is my youngest. Sometimes they join sprints, as does my son. Cool. Never too young to get your children interested, I think. I think that's great. And if you can get them to start writing, I don't know how old they are, but I started writing when I was a youngster, and even then I had a pretty good grasp on writing. So, if you can get them interested, get them to start writing. And keep that stuff because it's precious. When they get older, I mean, my mom kept some of my stuff, and I was an adult, and she gave it to me, and I was like really touched that she had kept it. And then I read it, and I'm thinking, you know what? You could write even as a child. So, if they're interested in writing, might even want to do, oh, okay, here we go. Teenagers, the older one is writing a novel. Way cool. Way cool. I think that's great. I definitely think that's great. And if they have your interest and talent, yeah, definitely. What's the word I want? Encourage them. Definitely encourage them. I think it's a good thing. Definitely. That's really cool. Very good. Well, let's see, got one blog post done, started a second setup of a second one. These are new people because I'm losing all my prompts. So, some of these don't ask for stories, so they're not always stories. I like the ones where I can write stories, obviously. And last night I went back and rewrote one of the prompts I posted, and I thought, that's so stupid. And a story came to me later on, and I'm like, it's perfect. It was 3 words that had nothing to do with each other, but it worked into a story. And I just heard back from the person whose blog it was, and she's like, I loved your story. So, of course, I always love to hear that. Who doesn't, right? So I was glad I changed it. So I'm trying to find some different uh, prompts out there that I can work on that help me write stories, because I can write, I just don't seem to be able to come up with ideas. That's one of my harder things, is coming up with ideas. So you'll find that unless it's a nonfiction piece that's part of something that happened in my life, some of those I turn into fiction. For some of them, I write them as nonfiction because just the way they are, they're perfect stories. I mean, I've had some pretty weird things happen in my life. And of course, I started sort of working on my memoir, and I was posting part of that on my blog. And I need to get back and finish working on that as well. I mean, I have so many things to do, and I mean, I probably should come up with a schedule and make myself say, okay, you can work this long on this long on this, and this long on this, because I'm not getting anything done, and I'm kind of flitting from thing to thing, and I'm just not accomplishing anything but making a huge mess. So, a schedule probably would be good, but I'm not the type of person to follow a schedule. That's one of my problems. So great. I am so glad to hear that your teenager is writing a novel. I think that's a wonderful thing. And so let's go to another sprint. This time, I'm just going to put this one. I think instead of putting the numbers, which I can't keep track of, I'm just going to put sprint. Because I can't remember which one I'm on ever. So we're going to start another 30-minute sprint. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, oh, hi. Nice to see you. I was busy working on my blog, looking for new prompts. I like to write with prompts. I don't have a really good history of coming up with my own ideas. I need prompts. I can write from prompts and come up with stories, but they just don't seem to come easily to me. So I was busy writing that. I wonder, might change. Yes. This thing might change or might go crazy, but I want to try something here and see what happens. That way it doesn't take up so much of the screen. I like it better than the block. Okay. Sorry about that. Changed right in the middle. Okay. So, like I said, I was looking for some new blog prompts for my blog posts, and I've written a couple things. The one I was just getting ready to start, and the timer went off, is a 6-word story. A 6-word story. They're not easy. They take a lot of thought to make something that makes sense. And so I have to think on that one a little bit. The other one was questions to ask, so I did answer some questions on that one. I got a few other people I'm going to look up, and I'm making myself a new list of prompts to check. My current novel, which is in beta readers right now, is written with a lot of bits and pieces from prompts that I wrote on my blog. I took a lot of them, and depending on the prompts, sometimes they went more than 1 week. So I would start and I'd say, oh, well, that one, I could kind of write a story possibly. And I would look at the next blog for the next week, the next prompt. I'm like, yeah, I can do that. So for as long as the, prompt fit, I would continue writing. And I came up with lots of shorter stories, which several of which ended up in my current novel. And they worked out. I thought they worked out anyhow. I guess I'll find out when I get my stuff back from the beta readers, what their thoughts are on the whole thing. So, how did everybody do here? Oh, that's cool. It does look nice, doesn't it? I like that much better than the one I was using. Very, very light. I wasn't sure. I just kind of clicked on it to see what would happen, but I do like that. That's nice. They just added that, so it's something new. Okay, Shadow's Lair is still filing the weekly schedule. Yeah, depending on your week, that can take a while. And how much you decide to record, of course. I mean, some people get really detailed in their schedules, I've seen people, actually get to the point where they put, get up at, brush teeth, wash face, take shower. I'm like, Wow. So some people do things like that, and then I just put the big important things on mine, like doctor's appointments that I need to remember, things like that. As part of the other stuff, I don't normally, but I have seen people do that. Shatter's Lair. I am detailed. Okay, so you're probably one of those like that who writes down everything that they have to do. Nothing wrong with that. And maybe my life would go a little easier if I was a little bit more detailed, because half the time remembering that I have to get up and I'm supposed to brush my teeth and take a shower. Sometimes that stuff just gets lost. So, it's possible that it is something I should be a little more detailed in my planning, really, sometimes. Okay. Memoir says I did a series of 12-part stories where the chapters were only 100 words each. uh, yeah, I do a lot of flash fiction writing, so I have to write a whole story in 100 words, and or 50. I've had some even shorter ones. And one, it was like, how many words? Wasn't much more than 3. I'm like, how am I going to write a story in that amount of words? Interesting what you can do and still make it make sense. So 12-word stories, and each chapter had 100 words. So that was a little bit longer than just a whole story in 100 words. I just did one on my blog that's exactly 100 words. That is a story. It's actually a real life story. People were responding to it as if it was, a piece of fiction. I'm like, actually, that really happened. Guess I should have notated that on the thing that it was nonfiction. Sometimes I remember and do that, because I write a lot of nonfiction things from my life. Now, Shadows there said that he's not only detailed, hour by hour, and some half hour. Now, I know, I don't know. It's like hard for me. I mean, maybe that would make my life run a little bit easier. And as I was saying earlier, I probably should have like a schedule for, so much time spent doing blog posts and so much time doing regular writing and whatnot. I just have such a hard time following a schedule. Like my life is, 24 hours of nothing, and do it whenever I feel like it. If I don't do it at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's nobody here to care, if that's what I want to do. So it's hard for me to even schedule anything. I just make sure that things like doctor appointments are noted, because there's something I can't not do. But other things I tend to just like let go. Some people are very detail oriented, and not a bad thing. Sometimes I wish I were that way. I keep trying. don't quite make it. I mean, I have a hard time. I'm supposed to be checking my blood glucose levels because I'm diabetic and I'm supposed to do them on a sort of schedule. Unfortunately, it doesn't always happen that way. And I could have the alarm on my phone ringing nonstop with, you should be doing this now and you should be doing that now. You know, it drives me crazy. Okay, and then what says I have a weekly schedule. This week I do these things. A weekly schedule. I currently have ordered, because my journal came with monthly, so I ordered weekly pages so I could write it out more. Sometimes the monthly is easier to just glance at the whole month at a glance. So I'm kind of writing it in two places, like the main things, like the doctor appointments. I mean, the other stuff is more for like the weekly paid, each day. I can write down what has to be done each day. I don't know. Like I said, everybody has a different way of doing things. Shadows there says, I'm thinking of getting a weekly planner from my partner. He also does not use or need an hourly like mine, but was like, yeah, you definitely need hourly. Hourly. I just, being a person who can't seem to follow a schedule. I mean, I've been this way all my life. I'm 64 years old. I mean, I really probably not going to change much. I'm trying to rely on a planner, but it's hard. Okay, Shadow says I have an hourly planner. I think that would be overdoing it for me. I mean, I guess it depends on what you have to do during the day, really. MM says, my middle got me a Clever Fox planner, and it has monthly and weekly things, but the daily hourly thing is tedious to me. That's what Shadow Slayer has, a Clever Fox planner. I watched the unveiling the other night, and I'm thinking that planner would not work for me. Though obviously they're very excited about it, so it works for them, and that's great. Shadow says, I've been panicky without a clue because since graduating, no schedule. Wow. I guess you were on a pretty tight schedule if you were going to school. And you would need to know exactly where you had to be at a certain time. I mean, when I was in high school, I didn't really do a lot on the college side. I took one college course, and then I took a technical school course. But it was a set time every day, and I didn't have to worry about we didn't have, different classes each day. It was, you started in the technical school, you started out at, with the first class, and that's what you did every day until you were done that class. Then the class changed to another thing. It was still the same time, it was just a different class and a different room. Or was it in the same room? I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. That was too long ago. My brain doesn't function anymore. So, hi, Bethany. You're right. Long time no see is right. I have not seen you in a long time. MM says the hours start too late for my farm life. Okay, yeah. I can see where that would be a problem. So, Bethany, how have you been? I have not seen you either. It's been a long time since you stopped by. Shadow says, oh yes, I noticed that about the clever fox. 6 a.m. is too late to wait when on a farm. Farm. I couldn't imagine farm life. Definitely would be in a bad position for farm life because I'm not a morning person at all. Bethany says, ugh, family stuff, lack of the internet, and overall medical scares in the family made me dip out for a bit, but I am back. Well, I am glad to see you're back. I have missed you. Definitely missed you. Yeah, farm life. Farm life. I mean, I've read stories and whatnot. I'm like, boy, I would never make it on a farm because I'm going to bed when they're getting up. I don't know how I would have, even as a child, I did not function well. I was going to bed and it was time to go to school. It's like, always been this way. So I couldn't imagine farm life. Yeah, you need something that you can customize to your farm life schedule, which is why I like the Happy Planner. It's customizable for anything. You can make your own pages, punch them, cut them down to the right size and punch them. So yeah, you can make up your own thing. So we're all different when it comes to planners. And if BA was here, I mean, he's planner crazy. I think he's getting a clever box. I think he's waiting for that to be delivered. I saw like Shadow's unboxing, and I'm thinking that won't work for me. So I'll just stick with my Happy Planner. That works for me. As well as anything works for me. I'm not really good when it comes to planning. Right now, I have a big, giant calendar on the wall. And that's where I put my appointments for doctors and stuff. And now when my occupational therapist and my physical therapist come in, they know to go to the calendar and put their appointments down because they know I have it already filled out with what I have to do. And then they just put their appointments on there. So I have them trained. I don't have to go do it anymore. Let's see. And Ward says, I'm almost ready to go to bed now. 7:30. I guess if you're on the farm, you probably are. I didn't think about that. I'm thinking now. But yeah, okay, you're on the farm. You do the 5 a.m. Writers Club often. Yeah, I just heard that mentioned the other day. 5 a.m. Not me. I'm just going to bed. Mary says, sorry, I've been gone for a long time. I got a little distracted with reading. It's okay, Mary. I hope you enjoyed your reading. Obviously you did. If you got distracted and you kept on reading, you obviously enjoying whatever it is. Oh, and Shay's still here. Tessa Dean, you're such a sweetheart. I didn't disappear. The boyfriend called and we just got to chatting. I didn't, or best friend. Boyfriend, best friend? And we just got to chatting. I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you or didn't care. Oh, Shay, that's so nice. Thank you. That's so, so nice. Some people do disappear, and I'm just like, oh, okay. It's like, don't know what happened to them. They just suddenly stopped responding. So you're so sweet for coming back and telling me that. Thank you so much. That's very, very, very nice. After I said that, I'm thinking, yeah, it's boyfriend, I think. And then I thought maybe it's best friend. I'm like, I didn't want to assume. Either way. The acronyms and stuff sometimes get me. I don't really know all of them, or sometimes they mean something different to other people, and it's a little confusing. But I appreciate it, Shay. Thank you for letting me know. I know you did kind of disappeared rapidly, but I'm used to people doing that, so. There you go. Had to put that one up there. And Mem says, Shay is an angel. Shay says, boyfriend. Well, I was glad that you were still streaming since we were talking. Yep, I'm still streaming. I'm not known for short streams. I seem to have a what's the word I want? I hate when the words don't come. People know me because I'm the one that's known for having long sprints. They're used to me. Shay says, oh, shucks. Shay says, I legit love this community so much. I think of this community as family. Become close to quite a few new people. And I love it. I may not have a lot of friends on the outside, but here I have lots of friends. I think it's great. It's a great community. People stand up for each other. People on this community are great. Not saying that there aren't a few issues now and then, but for the most part, it's pretty good. There are a couple times when people have gotten into it together, but for the most part, everybody on here is great. We've been discussing planners again. Everybody in their different needs and wants when it comes to planners. We're also different. And I can't even stick to a schedule. I mean, I keep trying. I keep saying I'm going to stick to a schedule. I'm going to do it. But I don't do it. I'm terrible when it comes to schedules. I'm trying. I mean, I got this planner here that I'm trying to stick with. But the calendar on the wall kind of works better for me because I don't get detailed. I don't get into the, nitty gritty details. And that's, one of the things that Shadow Slayer was saying. They need that detail, like that really detailed planner. And they're busy filling that in right now. They just got it. I watched the unveiling last night of the Clever Fox, which won't work for me, but they're very happy with it. And that's the important thing. I have a happy planner, and it's the best one I found so far for me because I can customize it to a point. So it's still hard for me to follow planners. Okay, so we need to do another sprint. And I hope everybody's ready. I'm going to go ahead and set up another 30-minute sprint. I probably need to look for something to eat too, because I gotta watch my blood sugar. So it's time for me to check that as well. Let's see. Shay says, yeah, the majority are amazing people and far outweigh the bad. I need to start using my Panda planner more. I love that it's not dated. I'm horrible at using those. I see a lot of people say that they prefer these undated planners, and I'm like, for me, I prefer them dated. I guess I'm different from most people, but I prefer them dated. Like, yeah, I may not use this a week, and maybe that page gets wasted, but I just don't like trying to figure out what day it is, and when I almost always fill the dates out wrong when I'm trying to date something that's undated. So for me, I like the dates. So that's why I got the Happy Planner, and I was using undated pages for the rest of the year because I didn't have the weekly. I couldn't get it at that point. I mean, it's the end of the year. Obviously, I'm not going to get a whole year's worth of pages, and so they were undated, and I would look at it, I'm like, man, you screwed up these dates every time. So I ordered for this year, I ordered a dated weekly to go with my monthly. So I got the monthly. It still means two places because you look at the monthly to get an overview, and then you can look at the weekly to get the more details. So, Aaron Ward says, there are so many I love and a few that I just ignore. Yeah, we all have our own preferences. I forget how I got on Happy Planner. I don't remember what the reasoning was, but I loved it once I checked it out. I have a symptom tracker Bujo that I also use as a writing editing tracker. Yeah, see, now I just added the Bujo to my Happy Planner. I was able to order dotted pages, and they're nice and sturdy. And the dots you can see, which is what I have said about this one I bought. I got it cheap. It was in a complete package for bullet journaling, and it came with markers and stickers and sticky notes and all kinds of stuff, and a carry case and a bullet journal. And like, I open it up and I'm like, wonderful, I can't even see the dots. What good is it if I can't see the dots? So I went to Etsy and I searched for printed dotted pages for the happy planner, because it has to be, you know, to fit in mine, because I don't want to, I got a punch, but I don't want to have to measure and punch, because I got a bunch of printouts that I could print out, but I have to measure and punch, and I only have the really thin paper and not, you know, good quality stock that'll still go through the printer, because I got heavy duty stock paper that definitely not go through the printer. And so I wanted one book. And this way I can add my Bujo to my planner, which I'm still working on putting together. But like everything else, I do a little of this and a little of that. And I'm very confused sometimes, just confused. Like I need, right now on my kitchen counter are printouts to keep track of my blood sugar. The amount, the time of day I took it. Because I have to do it at least 4 times a day minimum. I'm on an insulin pump. Must be done minimum of 4 times a day. So usually between 4 and 6 times, especially if I'm having a low, it may be a little bit more, because I have to keep doing it till I can get it back up. I am on insulin, so insulin sometimes will drop me quickly. I'm trying to get a continuous glucose monitor with a warning on it letting me know I'm dropping, because when it hits me, sometimes I'm so low I can barely function. And I could pass out, and it's dangerous. So I'm trying to get this continuous glucose monitor, but the company insists the doctor's doing it wrong. The doctor says the company is wrong. I'm stuck in the middle. So I don't know what's going on. Will I get that? Maybe. Maybe not. At this point, I'd have no clue. They keep canceling the order, too. I'm saying, why do you keep canceling? Well, the aid company claim. The aid company shouldn't be canceling anything. Aid company is providing me an aid. That's all they do. Leave them out of this. They have nothing to say. It's you listen to the doctor. Oh, don't be listening to the aid company. I'm like, I can't. You cancel it again. I can't believe you canceled it again. I'm like totally freaking out. Oh my gosh. My Bujo is a comp book my kids discarded because it had so many unused pages that I couldn't waste it. I have one of those, and I was going to try doing it. I've got one that hasn't been written in at all. But I thought I kind of like the idea of the dotted pages. I mean, I still have that sitting down there, and I don't know if I ever end up using it or not using it. Actually, not sure. Like everybody else, I have lots of new books and stuff laying around. You know, I think it must be in our genes. You know, writers love stationery and notebooks and pens and all this stuff. Journals. And I mean, everybody I know of that's a writer is like that. So I'm certainly not unusual. It's funny. All right. Well, let me get another sprint going and see what goes on. I'm going to start it. I do 30 minutes. So 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It disappeared on me. The start button. I went to hit start and the button disappeared. I'm like, oh, cool. Okay. It's funny. You couldn't waste it. I don't know. I don't think that kind of thing. And I mean, in a way, that's why I have tons of notebooks because I started using them and there's pages in them and I can't throw them out. But I'm not using them, so they're just like piling up. And it's like, what am I going to do with all these? Oh, well. All right. Let me mute myself so you don't hear all the racket I'm about to make. And I will see you back here in 28 minutes. I have to put it up. Sorry. Bye. See you later. Cut out the written on pages and put them in a 3-reading binder and use it for a new project. A lot of people use 3-reading binder. If I used a 3-reading binder, I could create all the pages I wanted in the way I want it, and I wouldn't have to worry about cutting them down. It's just so big. I don't know. Something to keep in mind. I got back before this one went off. Okay. So we lost an Memoir. And Shadows Layer did laundry, switched it out. That's always important. I miss having them washer and dryer in my apartment. I don't do my laundry anymore anyhow. My aide does it. But we have 4 washer and dryers in this building for 100 apartments to use. And we only get like 5 hours a day to use them. I don't know where they think people are supposed to do their laundry. When you only have 4 washers and dryers, 100 apartments, and it's open 5 hours a day. And that's because they claim it's because they're cleaning it for the virus. They don't do nothing any more than they ever did before. They wash down the floor, they wipe down the counters, and the tops of the washers and dryers. And that's all they do, just like they always did. Now they could do that and reopen the room for, and let people have more hours. I mean, it's crazy. There's no time to do laundry. It's impossible. My aide takes it to her house to do it. Luckily, I have that option right now. So how did everybody else do? I did another post on my blog, and I was so aggravated because for some reason it didn't want to post. It kept giving me an error message. So I finally had to take and copy the whole thing over into a blank blog post. We copy over things that didn't come with the original copy, and try it again. And it finally did go the second time, but I don't know. It does that every now and then. And when I looked at the time was off. Now, how did the time get off? The computer time's not off, so why is the time on the post off? That makes no sense. I could have done a couple posts if it hadn't been for struggling with that one. That was the 6-word story. So I did that one, and I did this one. So I did two. Get two more to look up that I listed so far. MM says, watch the video and came back. That's nice. I'm glad you came back. I've been watching planner videos and bullet journal videos lately. Been watching the 1 minute videos that, you know, the 60-second ones that Charlie Dorset's been doing, and doing a few on my own, which just aren't that great. I mean, I'll never be a personality that's really great in front of a camera, unfortunately. But Charlie, you got the voice, you know, that voice that you need for that kind of thing. So I do them, but they're not great. Oh, wow. Glad to find that out. My friend doesn't have COVID. I'm glad to hear that too. So many people I know are getting it now. It's very, very close to home now. I mean, at one point it was far enough away and didn't involve anybody. My dad's had it. He was pretty lucky. He came through it okay. And he was asymptomatic. So glad your friend's okay. And I got to watch 3 minutes of her silly kitties. And MM says, but you have such a soothing presence, Tessa. Well, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. I try to. I try to be like my mom. My mom was an extraordinary person. And when I lost her, it was pretty devastating. But I try to be like my mom. I want to be like my mom. And she was soothing. She knew what to say. I don't always know what to say. She always seemed to know what to say to help the situation. People came from miles around to talk to her. So actually, you paid me quite a comment. Thank you. Thank you so much. I had it in November and it sucks so much. I still have problems. I have heard people say that even after you get over it, months later, you can still have problems. I'm already in such a bad place that I don't know if I'd survive it. The doctors say don't breathe cold, dry air. I look at them and say, I have a farm in Colorado. It's winter. Oh, man. Yeah. I can imagine that must be difficult for sure. Shay says, dang, yeah, my cousin's whole house got it. The only reason we all didn't get sick, my dad's in a nursing home. So when he got sick, and they thought they were doing great. They didn't think they had any cases. And the state made them do testing. And they're like, overnight, hundreds of cases. What happened? Everybody was asymptomatic. none of them showed signs of having the disease. So, of course, they passed it to everybody. You know, it went through the nursing home. And my dad's scheduled to get the vaccine this second week of January. I don't know if he's gotten it yet or if it's this coming week. But they've got it again going through the nursing home. And you can get it more than one time, and there's more than one type. So it's kind of difficult. So far, none of my kids or I, to our knowledge, have been sick. That's the problem with being asymptomatic. You don't know. Now, I've had 5 COVID tests, and they've all been negative. So, hopefully, I don't have it. We caught it from an asymptomatic coworker of my husband, and then he died 2 weeks after he gave it to us. Oh, God. And he was asymptomatic because in my dad's case, those people there, when they were asymptomatic, did not get sick. Like, you know, they just didn't get sick. They didn't know they had it. They were just passing it around. And here you're saying this person was asymptomatic, but then they died from it, which is horrible. There's so much they don't know. They just are guessing at this point. It's just a scary time. I don't know. The vaccine, I know people got it already because I got healthcare workers coming to my house and they've been given the vaccine already. And my daughter said that she wanted me to get it, but wait a few weeks. Well, I'm not ready anyhow. They're doing a certain schedule when people are set to get it. But she said make sure that I keep an eye out for people who already have it and what they're going through. Are they having side effects from this vaccine? And I already, because I asked the one person who told me he had it already, and he said he didn't really have a problem too much. His arm hurt, and I think he had a slight temperature, but he said it was no worse than a flu shot. But that's just one person. So my kids want me to have it, but they also want me to make sure that, you know, it's not going to cause a problem. Because I'm in the high risk. I can't breathe now. So if I get that, if I'm already having problems breathing, what am I going to do if I get that? I'm going to be one of the really bad cases. And I don't want that. I don't go out if I can help it. You know, you're right, Shay. I mean, it's scary. And I wouldn't blame you for staying home if you can. I don't go out if I don't have to. Unfortunately, a lot of my doctors I have to physically go to. We can't do telemed because obviously, you know, my lung doctor can't listen to my lungs over the telephone. And my podiatrist can't take care of cutting my nails and checking over my feet if I don't bring my feet to them. And I just had to go to a nephrologist. There's a couple other things that it's like, you know, I have to go to the doctors. You know, I try to do as much of it as I can telemed, but some of them you just can't. MM says, I am certain the girls and I have had it twice, 1 year apart. I have heard people there at my dad's nursing home, their employees are getting it again. They already had it. And now they're getting it again. So yeah, it is definitely possible to get it again. And I really don't know whether the vaccine is going to be enough to stop it or not. I'm sorry you had it and your children. It's scary. I hate going to the grocery store, but I have to go. I have to get my meds. I mean, some things I just can't avoid. I need to go get my hair done again before they shut that down again. And that's interesting, you know, getting your hair cut and you're sitting there and you gotta get, you know, because you have to keep the mask on. And so you're sitting there like this, holding your mask over your face while they, you know, cut around your face and ears and stuff. But I need another haircut. It's getting in my eyes again. We had a family that came back from China in late October 2019, came to the school Halloween fair, and then everyone got so sick. And it was the same thing we had in November 2020. They're starting to count cases back that far. I think I had it in January of 2020. Would have been this year. I mean, the one that just passed. Because I was in the hospital for 10 days with supposedly a case of bronchitis. I was coughing horrendously. I couldn't breathe. I was on oxygen. And, you know, they just couldn't get it under control. So I was in the hospital 10 days. Who goes in the hospital for bronchitis? Normally. Not usually. It's something that you get over pretty easily. So I think I had it. But back then, they weren't really, that was before they came out with everything. And they weren't really, even though the CDC was counting it, the hospital wasn't at that point alerted to the fact that, you know, this was out there. So I think I had it then. And it took me a long time to get over that case of bronchitis, and I couldn't breathe. And I have breathing problems because I have severe asthma. And that was bad. I mean, and I just went through some breathing problems again. And this time, though, my lungs were full of liquid. I couldn't breathe. Sitting down, I was just sitting there. I couldn't breathe. And, okay, Mary. Thanks for coming. I hope to see you later. Have fun. So I think there's a strong possibility I had that back then. And then just recently, though, they did that as congestive heart failure because my lungs were full of liquid and I couldn't breathe because they couldn't expand with all that liquid in there. Whether that was related to anything, I don't know. I am certain we are going to have cold flu COVID season for many years. Probably, unfortunately. In November 2019, they treated us for bronchitis too after the flu test came back negative. Well, that's what they called mine, bronchitis, and I spent 10 days in the hospital. And that's not normal for bronchitis. And that was, I couldn't believe that cough. That was horrible. And then not being able to breathe, I was on oxygen. They were telling me if I didn't get the, you know, off the oxygen, that I would have to go to a rehab hospital because I had to be weaned off of oxygen somehow. They couldn't just keep me in the hospital, so they were going to send me to rehab. But I did break off the oxygen at the last minute, but I was there 10 days for a case of bronchitis. Shay says, yeah, I legitimately think I caught it last year too. I'm convinced it was in America before Americans were notified. Oh, yeah, I agree with you. Like I said, I checked the CDC after that thing with that hospital stay, and they said then that they were already counting before January. And I'm thinking, and the hospital had no way of knowing that I was sick at that point. And because my kids stayed away because they thought I had, bronchitis, which could be contagious on its own. So, like, they didn't get in close contact with me. So they did not. So my daughter did get sick after that, but she didn't know what was wrong with her. But we didn't know nothing about the virus then. They weren't talking about it at all. They weren't even talking about it. Last year being 2019. Yeah, I'm a little confused sometimes about that now, too. I keep forgetting. We're in 2021. I had a doctor's office call me and ask me if I had a flu shot in 2019. And I'm like, 2019? No, I had one in 2020. This is the first year I ever got a flu shot. Ever. I was in September, and I got the pneumonia shot as well. Because I've had pneumonia before, too, unfortunately. Shadows Lair says, Mimi, my kid's great-grandma likely died of COVID. I'm so sorry. And there's going to be a lot of people dying of it that we don't really know about, that we won't ever know for sure. It's really, really a shame. She had pneumonia that she never recovered from in December. I'm sorry. Oh, it feels like December 41st, 2020. You got a point. It's confusing, isn't it? Shadows. Lair said our mom was certain it was COVID by the time it was January. So many deaths. I just read there's been over 350,000 in the U.S. alone that have died, that they can count for. And I'm sure a lot more people that died that they haven't counted for. And ma'am says she's sorry for your loss. I'm sorry, I'm assuming. You never did know exactly what your name was, if you were male or female. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss as well. Shadows there said it does feel like time never started after March, April. Like time froze. It's just the same thing over and over and over and over and over and everything. Shadow says thank you all. You're welcome. And we're all so sorry. Shay says 2019 was so long ago. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Wasn't all that long ago, really. My grandson was born in December 2019. And I was able to be in there for the birth because at that point they didn't know and weren't telling us about COVID. But at that point, that could have been a problem. But at that point, I was still allowed to be in there for the birth. And then a few months later, they shut down everything, and then I can't see my grandson anymore. Hardly ever. Shay says, sorry for your loss to Shadow's Lair. I've lost multiple family members and couldn't go to any funeral once COVID was announced. I hate feeling like so many deaths could have been avoided. And that's the other thing. You can't even get the closure of a funeral because they can't. I just had a cousin die, not from COVID. He had a heart attack. But because of what's going on, they're not allowing funerals. If anything, a few close family members, if anything. So it's like, I can't even do anything about it. Had we known things sooner. Yeah, it would have been nice if they had told us when they knew about this, and maybe we could have stopped, and maybe we could have started, doing the social distancing and wearing the mask sooner, and maybe it wouldn't have gotten as out of hand as it did. It's way out of hand at this point. Shadow says, thank you, Shay. I lost a lot of family, 2019, 2020. So many of us have. Yes. Truth. Definitely. Definitely. And it's only going to continue. For who knows how long. I mean, this vaccine, so many people have to, so many percentage of people have to take it for it to even do what they're hoping it's going to do. And there's a lot of people out there refusing to take it. So if they don't get the amount of people they need, the percentage, then things aren't going to change. It may not change anyhow, because who knows if the vaccine really and truly works. I mean, they threw that together. They did not test that on, whether or not people actually could get it still. And since it's another strain out there, people are getting it more than one time, vaccine may be totally useless. I mean, they can't eradicate the flu. The flu's been around forever. Shay says, Shadow's Lair, it's really hard. The UK strain is scary. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about that lately. And I heard it just arrived in New York. The last thing I heard on it, anyhow. I don't watch the news. I can't take it. But the last I heard was the UK strain has now hit New York. So it's here. I'm in New Jersey. I'm not far from New York. So, it's going to start. It's, start in New York and work its way out. I'm pretty darn close to it. So I'm here in Jersey. New York, Denver, and Salt Lake. Well, that's spread out all over the country. Jeez. Interesting. So it's already spreading, but it's spreading weirdly. I don't know, people traveling again? I don't keep on top of that. I don't know if people are actually traveling again. I mean, obviously, people are still getting on cruise ships and stuff. Every time I go to the doctors, it's like, have you been on a cruise ship? Are you kidding me? No. Have you been out of the country? No. I haven't been out of my town practically. Good grief. I don't go anywhere. Someone brought it to the ski resorts, just like the Singapore strain. Colorado won't close the damn resorts because of the dollars, but you can't eat in a restaurant. Yeah. Money. Money is the root of all evil. I mean, from what I understand, the casinos won't close either. I don't know if you can eat there, but they're not closing. They want to, they're losing money. So they're, as far as I know, are open. Lots of people are traveling. Well, I mean, I know that all Disney World and stuff have reopened. So obviously, yes, people are still traveling and going to resorts and places like that. And, you know, you you would think if you had any sense that going someplace like that with a ton of people, you got a pretty good darn chance of catching something. So I try to stay away from people if I can help it. I mean, I used to worry about my neighbors here because we're scrunched together in a high-rise building. And we went through a period where they got really smart mouthed and was like, I'm not wearing a mask and you can't make me, and, this and that. And it's like, everywhere I went, it's like, none of these people are wearing masks at all. And I'm like, you're the ones out here spreading it. They are wearing masks finally. I don't know whether someone spoke to them or what, or if they're just finally getting the idea finally. But they are starting to wear their masks now, thankfully. People are to the point they just don't care if they get it until someone in their family dies. And that's it. They don't care until someone in their family dies. You don't care about everybody else's family. It's a pretty bad situation with no end in sight. One of the loud anti-maskers in Colorado died from it right after Christmas, and his family admitted they were wrong. I'm sorry for the family, but I don't feel sorry for what happened to someone like that because of all the damage they probably did to other people. Because they obviously had it if they died from it. That means they're out there making other people sick. And that's wrong. Way wrong. After a whole lot of them ended up in the hospital. Shay says I went to Kansas for my 30th birthday, but wore a mask anytime we left the hotel room. Never ate at a restaurant. I wanted to leave the country, but wisdom said don't do that. At this point, I would not do that. I think you're very smart not to do that. Because a lot of these countries are in as bad, if not worse condition than we are. It's definitely not a time to travel. Okay. Do we want to lighten things up with a sprint? We're getting a little. What's the word I want? I can't think of the word. We need to get off the subject. It's terrible. We went to Texas so my daughter could see my dad before she joined the Navy. But we even packed all our food because cases were spiking in Dallas, only 60 miles from my dad. Wow. Oof. Yeah, it's rough. My grandson just got out of the Marine Corps and he's back in Jersey again. And I needed a ride for get my car fixed. And my daughter said that he was home and he wanted to spend some time with me. And he's out of the service now. He put his 4 years in. And so it's like I want to see him. I just hope that, that it's not a bad idea. I mean, I have to sometimes rely on my kids, to do things for me. So we are doom shotting. Exactly. That's what we're doing. We need to watch Happy Kitten videos. Yes, yes, something like that. Happy Kitten videos. This doom chatting is hard. Takes a lot out of you. Well, I'm going to go ahead and put on another sprint, and we can either watch kittens or whatever it is we want to do for 30 minutes and try to get our minds off of COVID, because I think we've had enough COVID for now. So I'm going to put the timer on, and we're going to do something else. Watch Happy Kittens if you want to. Something to get your mind off of what's going on right now. All right, so setting it for 30 minutes. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. And Shay will have an allergic reaction because it's videos. Oh wow. Yeah, Landelon, no doom chatting. You all are awesome, FYI. Thank you. No real life kittens, but video kittens are adorable. I love kittens. I love cats, but I don't have one anymore. But yeah, they're so adorable. I gather that Shay must be allergic to kittens. So that would be hard. All right. So go find your Happy Kitten videos, everybody, and I will see you back here in 28 minutes. Oh, Laura. And it's working. Yay. Great news. Glad to hear that. It's one big worry off your mind. I was just writing a story on my blog. A real life story. Non-fiction. The prompt was getting lucky. Oops. Prompt was getting lucky. So I wrote about the time. We have 3 children. My ex-husband wanted a boy. First child was a girl. Got pregnant again. He wanted a boy. Surprise! It was a girl. And then we had to stop because he got out of the military. Years went by. We watched a movie called Mickey and Moth. Lots of babies. And somehow, both of us looked at each other and said, because we had planned on having 3 children, I want to have another kid. And I said, well, you've got a few months because I don't want any more children after I'm 30. So our marriage wasn't going so well, so I didn't think that was going to happen. But it took one time. One time, I knew exactly the date I conceived that child. And we did not know what it was. We didn't find out ahead of time. We waited to the day I gave birth. And I had all the little girl stuff all clean and ready. And well, they were going to be in our room, so the crib was set up. Everything was set up in pink, and our little girl, all the little clothes were all washed and in their place. I came home from the hospital with a boy. So he got lucky. He got his boy, and I said, we're not going to keep having kids until you have a boy either. If this one's not a boy, oh well, you're not getting one. So that was my story. Getting lucky. He got lucky. It seems that Shay had a time. Please stay with your friend, and your friend's cat loves you so much. And since obviously from what I've been reading, you're allergic to cats, that must have been interesting. And Laura is, like I said, back and trying to get her printer photo to work. And then she yells, it's working. So yay for that. And Memoir got 318. Good show. Shadow's Lair did a page of edits. Good job. Laura says, I'm the oldest 4. The youngest is the only boy. And Dad was finally not the only guy in the house. Yo. That's what happened in our house. Only we stopped at 3. We did not go to 4. Although I did find out later on, and I didn't know because I was a teenager at the time. I had a miscarriage. So we would have had 4. And maybe that one would have been a boy. But it wasn't meant to be. So, unfortunately, he made my girls feel very upset because he made such a big thing about them not being boys that they felt unwanted. I wanted to strangle him. It's like, you've got healthy children, so it's not a boy. Big deal. Of course, I wanted a girl, so I guess I could afford to be. Because I got what I wanted. And my boy, I love my boy. But he was harder than the girls, man. I'm sorry. I know everybody tells me that girls are harder. In my house, the boy was harder. Let's see. In the hospital, a lady in the room next door was expecting a girl. We're excited for her. Had all the girl stuff and then had a boy. I had a yellow onesie and a green onesie, so I traded for pink. I didn't expect a boy. We had two girls, I figured, well, we were obviously going to have girls. So the only clothes we did have were from the baby shower because we did not find out the sex. They got us things in yellow and green. So, that did work out. We had a few items of clothing to put them in, but we had to go shopping because everything else was pink. All the baby blankets and the sheets and everything that I had from left over from my first children was all pink, all girl stuff. Yeah, so their baby wouldn't have to go home naked or in a girl's outfit, right? Or the opposite. What did you say? They were expecting a girl and they got a boy. Okay, so the opposite. Yeah. My husband never cared about the sex as long as they were healthy. That's the way most people are. But my dumb ex, that's just the way he was. And he made those girls feel so bad because he couldn't stop talking about the fact that they weren't boys. And he wanted to have boys. I'm like, Jesus. Laura says, my sister is trying to potty train my nephew. It's an adventure. They definitely need their carpet cleaner. Oh my gosh. My first one took forever. My second daughter was 21 months old. She was outside playing. She comes up to the back door, bangs on it. And so I open it up and she stands there naked, hands me the diaper. No more diapers, Mommy. She watched her older sister because we were struggling getting the oldest one trained. That one trained herself. So, and then we went through with the boy, took again forever. I mean, he was 3.5 years old or so. So was the oldest one. But the second one was so much easier because she saw her sister getting trained and she just trained herself. Girls are more drama. Boys are harder to keep alive. In my case, the boy was the emotional one. Super emotional. He's still the most emotional of my children. And Laura, confetti. I potty trained both my baby brothers with confetti. Oh, gosh. Oh, wow. Toss a few pinches in and tell them to sink it. Cool idea. Never would have thought of that one. And of course, my ex-husband, he's a real piece of work, as a lot of people in here have heard. And so he decides on the day I had like 100 errands to run, that was the day he was going to be potty trained. I was not allowed to put him in a diaper. I'm like, are you kidding me? I have 1 million errands to run and no diaper. He says, it's time. It's time now. I'm tired of this. He's got to be potty trained. You couldn't pick a better time. And here I am out running errands. And everywhere I go, it's like, please, do you have a bathroom? Well, it's not for customers. I'm like, I've got a little boy here with no diaper on, and we need a bathroom. And most of them let me use that bathroom because it was going to be wet everywhere because there was no diaper on that child. I could have shot him though. You pick all the days, busiest day of my life, to do that to me. And he was adamant, and he was a pain, and I didn't dare not do what he said. Heaven forbid. Yeah, I think you were pretty clever too, especially at 8. That's amazing. Great job. Wow. Yeah, potty training kids is not easy. But number 2 was so, I mean, she just walked up to the door with her, took the diaper off, walked up to the door, knocked on it, and said, "No more diapers, mommy." I'm like, oh my God. And I'm still fighting with the oldest child. And the second one just decides not to have diapers anymore. And she liked the pretty little panties with the frillies all on them and everything. You know, she thought that was so neat. My oldest daughter couldn't care less. She just didn't want to be potty trained. Between that and bottles, getting them off the bottles. Again, daughter number 2 got the bottle taken away from her at 7 months old and had to learn to drink from a cup because her big sister kept stealing the bottle. I couldn't give her a bottle because every time I turn around, boom, there's the bottle. Where's your bottle? Where is the bottle? I can't find the other kid. I look under the crib. There she is, sucking away. I'm like, oh my gosh. So we had daughter number 2 with bottles. So she became a thumb sucker because she didn't get any sucking in. You know, they have to have so much sucking in their lives, and didn't get it. And I was like, you know, that poor kid really had a rough time. So Shay finished another couple Spanish lessons. Boy, I haven't spoken Spanish since I got out of school. No, I take that back. I had a job, and they didn't speak English, and I didn't speak Spanish very much, and I was trying to learn a job from someone who couldn't speak English. Did you ever try to learn a job from somebody when they don't speak your language? Not easy. So, yeah, good job, Shay. Yes, that cat loved me till my eyes were swollen shut. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Gracias. Well, I know what that is. Don't know the other word. I know a little bit of Spanish, but it's been a long time since I had to worry about Spanish. Sometimes I can pick it up if, you know, I see the English above it and I look at it, so okay, I know what that says. May not have known the words if I had seen them by themselves, but after, you know, seeing the English above it, you know, could tell what it said. I took Spanish, French, and a little bit of German in school. I lost all my languages when I had my stroke. I'm sorry to hear that. I can imagine, though I think you're lucky. Obviously, you didn't lose everything. My dad wasn't lucky with his stroke. It was too late, too much damage. He's in a nursing home. can't walk, half the time doesn't exactly know for sure who we are. We have to explain it to him. And then he'll be, I want to go home. I want my car. How dare you keep your car from me? Give me my car. Put it out in that parking lot. I want to go drive it. Like, you're not driving. You can't see out of the left side. His left side was damaged, so he can't see. So if he's looking at you and you're on the left side, he's not going to see you. And we can't convince him to turn his head. So we literally have to say, turn your head, Dad, so you can see. Because, like, for instance, I was standing on that side. He wouldn't realize I was there because he didn't know on his own to turn his head to see. He only saw what was straight ahead in front of him. So I know some people are able to recover from strokes, but my dad did not. Now he has dementia on top of everything else. He's 88 years old. I mean, he's had a long life. So many young people have strokes, and that's terrible. They thought I had a stroke. They were treating me for a mini stroke, but I didn't have a stroke. You had left medial lobe damage from a lacunar stroke, so I retrained myself to talk, walk, eat, and such, but I still have a lot of issues. I wouldn't know it. I think you're doing very well. And I think it's great that you could retrain yourself to do those things. We never could get him to walk. They got him to walk a couple times, but not enough. He's wheelchair bound. Talking is very difficult. Well, you're talking, you had no risk factors and no warning. If my dad had told us that he had been falling all the time, we may have had a chance to have him checked out, but he didn't want anybody to know he was falling. So he did not tell any of us until after everything was over and done with, and it was too late because my son left for work and he was fine, but he came home late that night and my dad was laying on the floor, and my son took one look at him and he says, oh my God, his face was drooping and he was just kind of mumbling stuff and trying to move. And so he called the ambulance, and because they said they couldn't pinpoint how long it had been, they were pretty sure it was too late, that they couldn't go in. There was no sense trying to go in and try to correct the brain damage because it had been too long. And there really wasn't much they could do for him. I mean, he's angry at us because we put him in that home, and really makes you feel bad, but what are you going to do? He needed 24-hour nursing care. He couldn't afford it. We couldn't afford it. He had to go. But man, he doesn't let my poor sister forget how she ruined his life. It's terrible. I didn't realize how bad it was. She let it slip the other day. She doesn't usually talk about it. And I didn't know what was going on because I have a hard time getting around myself. So before they stopped visiting anyhow, I'm not allowed to visit anymore. I couldn't get over there, and she was always going over there, and he used to let her have it. So he actually had warning if he had let us know that he was constantly falling, but he wouldn't let us know. He was too full of pride or whatever the word is, and he didn't want us to know he was falling. So he may have saved himself if he had let us know, and we could have had him checked out maybe before something. I don't know. We don't know much about stroke. I don't know if there was a way of finding out and doing something or not. But I know some people do come back from them, and I think you did great. And you were able to train yourself even. I'm so glad to hear it. You're sick. My kids found me at the bus stop and I was flown to the stroke center, so I was lucky. If I had come home instead of going to the bus stop early to wait, I would have gone down in the goat pasture, and it would have been hours before I was found instead of 20 minutes. Yeah, you were very lucky. Obviously, it was not your time to go. He has actually said to us, I wish you just left me there and let me die. I'm like, please don't say these things, Dad, please. He goes, I just wanted to die, and you didn't let me. And so he blames us for that, too. That we confined him to this horrible life. Oh, let's see. I started writing to recover English, and now I have 2 million words to edit. 2 million words to edit. Holy cow, Mama. Jeez. Whatever that word is. PopUP. As I am trying. Okay. I am trying. Well, I think you're doing great, and Memoir, I think you're really doing great. I didn't realize at first. I thought that stroke was immediate, like death sentence kind of thing, until I started meeting other people who had had strokes and had recovered from them. Shay says that her brain simulated a stroke, and it was the scariest experience of my life. So glad your children were there for you. Yeah, I mean, my son was able, this is his grandfather, and my son was able to call, but he had been, because he was gone at work all day, he was fine when he left. They checked in on him before he left the house, but he was gone all day at work, and they couldn't pin down how long it had been, and they said there was just too much damage to the brain. And I gather it was the way they were talking, like it would be surgery, so they didn't feel it was worth that. Since they couldn't pin it to a few hours that he had been down. They had no idea how long he'd been down on the floor trying to get up. Me too. I am sad that I scared them like that. My son was scared. He called me. He goes, I just had to call the ambulance for Grandpa. I'm like, what? And he told me, I said, I'll be right there, because he didn't know what to do. But he was an adult. So thank God he knew enough. By looking at his face, he was pretty sure and finding him on the floor and not able to get up. And he tried talking to him and he couldn't talk. So he said he was pretty sure that something was wrong. So he called the ambulance because he didn't know what to do. He, was kind of, it was scary for him too. Shadow says, night everyone, met my day word count. Well, congratulations and good night. Thank you for stopping by. I'll see you next time. I spent over a decade in geriatric nursing, so as soon as the doctor said stroke, I started doing exactly for myself what I had done for my patients. Oh, that helped. You had a little bit of experience, which is certainly helpful. Good night to Shadows Lair. Good night. Let's see. Shay was 24 when you had yours. Wow. Oh, goodness. I'm glad it wasn't a stroke. I thought I had issues. Though I was being treated for one, I'm like, not sure that's exactly what I had, but that's what they were treating me for, giving me all this paperwork on strokes and stuff, and it's like they send me home and it's like, oh, no, I don't think it was a stroke. I don't know if they're genetic or not. I mean, my dad had a stroke, so I don't know if that makes me more I know physically I probably have a lot of the whatever it is, things that, could cause a stroke. My dad's been in that home 2.5 years now. That happened. He absolutely so furious with us. Trying to help people. Laura said her internet went down. It's back. Yay, I'm glad it's back. Mine flashes every now and then, so it must be going in and out because the whole screen goes blank and then it pops back. My internet was a bugger last night, but the wind isn't blowing tonight. Laura's printing so many baby photos. I'm loving it. Cool. Glad your printer's working for you again. My dad was using, I don't know if he was using the big one or not. He was busy making up packets of old photos for all of us when this happened, and we have no idea who all these people were. He was printing out for each of us. I have one of my sisters squishing those pudgy baby cheeks together. Cute. So cute. My sister just sent a couple pictures to me. She said, "You remember these?" And she sent them, on my text. I said, I remember those little sunsuits I used to wear back when I was a child. I don't think you really see them nowadays, but they were the little sunsuits that we used to wear all the time. And I'm like, yeah, kind of, well, not really remember. I mean, remember the pictures. And my brother was really young because I was the oldest. She goes, well, you're going to be getting packets of baby pictures and whatnot as I go through all this stuff. Because she grabbed all that stuff out of the house. I mean, the house had to be sold for Medicaid purposes. But she grabbed all the pictures. She goes, I'm not sure who a lot of these people are. She goes, you're going to be getting packets with all your baby pictures. But this one had my brother and I in it together, not just me and him separate. And I said, kind of remember. I mean, not really, but I remember those little sunsuits, though. They had the gathered legs, gathered at the waist, and then they had the two ties at the top. And I don't think I really see them in today's fashions, but they were big when I was little. I remember wearing those sunsuits all the time. I made those little smock style sundresses and bloomers for my girls. Yeah, these were sunsuits. They were one piece, and it was funny because our gym suits when I went to school were kind of the same thing, only of course they didn't have just ties at the top. They had a full, you know, regular shirt that you snapped in, but the legs were, had elastic in them and were bloomer like, and then the blouse part snapped shut, and it was a regular shirt. But it was made kind of like those little sun suits that we used to wear. So it wasn't a dress; it was a one piece, with the gathered legs and the gathered waist, and then there was across the neckline was more, gathers, and then the ties, so you tied it. I made those for my girls too, because that was the style when I was younger. I don't know at what point I don't, at least I don't remember seeing them in today's world, but I know that was what we all wore when I was younger. They were so simple and easy to wash. Yeah, definitely. That's what I said. That's what our gym suits look like. Everybody hated the gym suits. They changed them a few years after me, and they made them more. It was still a one piece, but it looked like shorts and a shirt. It wasn't gathered at the legs into bloomers like ours were. Weird. There's probably pictures in my yearbooks. Yeah, I woke up paralyzed on my right side in the hospital, unable to speak. Spent a week inside and 4 months of physical and occupational therapy to be able to walk again. Scary at times. Now, I've been paralyzed a couple times from pinched nerves. Not permanently, not to the extent that you're talking about, but at one time I called my son. I said, "You've got to take me to the hospital because I have no feeling in my, arms and my legs or anything." And so they did a CAT scan. I think they did CAT scans on my neck and lower back, and they said, "You've got pinched nerves." So back to the orthopedic doctor and the pain doctor and the physical therapy. And I'm not any better, and I'm just getting worse. And now I'm starting to get stenosis of the spine, which is where that spinal canal is thinning, which makes it even easier for the nerves to get pinched because there's not much room in there for the nerves and the spinal cord. It's lovely, lovely. But I did not have it as bad as you guys, so I definitely thank God for that. Not yet. Have not had that serious an issue yet. The only one, the one I can think of that scared me the most was I woke up January last year. I woke up just before that bronchitis hit. And actually, it all ran at the same time because it was just starting at that time. And I woke up and something was wrong. And I walked to the bathroom and there's a call button there. But my mind was not thinking. I mean, all I wanted to do was go back to the bed. The bed was moving. The bed was moving away from me. And I'm like, the call button was right next to me, but my brain couldn't grasp that fact. And I'm like, I look at the phone and I said, I got to call somebody. And I'm like, I don't know how to call anybody. I don't know how to use the phone. And who would I call? And I'm like, my brain was really scrambled. And so I'm trying to get to the bed, and it seemed to take forever. And I hit the bed. I pushed the button, the emergency button next to my bed. At least I remember that one was there. And I don't remember most of that day. The guard came up, and I was non-responsive. And I only remember very few bits and pieces of that day. But my kidneys shut down. All the pain medicine I had been taking was not being flushed out. I was in the process of having an overdose. So little bits and pieces that, they would bring me around with that Narcan briefly, and I would go out again. And it gave me another dose, and I would come around for a few minutes, and I saw my daughter there crying. I'm like, what's going on? And out I'd go again, and I had no idea what was going on. And more Narcan. And then the guy says, look, he goes, I hate to do this. He goes, I have to give you more. He goes, the next one's probably going to push you into withdrawal, but I got to do it. He goes, you're going to be in terrible pain. So I woke up to see a lady getting ready to give me another dose of it. I started yelling at her. He just said that was going to give me withdrawal. So she yells back at me. She goes, just shut up. She goes, I'm trying to save your life. She goes, your kidneys have shut down. Your blood pressure is under 50. I'm trying to save you. I don't give a damn about your damn withdrawal. And I just like looked at her, and she shot that shot. I think it was into my IV. And I jumped off the bed because, God, you want to talk about pain. I started screaming, and I'm yelling, my heart, my chest, it hurt so bad. And so they had to stop everything and bring the, check my heart to make sure it wasn't. It was just the pain from the withdrawal that they pushed me into. And then that's when I found out. They explained to me that because my kidney shut down, the pain pills weren't able to flush out, and I was in overdose. And my kids are like, did she do this on purpose? Doctors are like, no, this was an accident. And that was one of the scariest things I ever went through. And I don't remember most of that day. I remember my daughter crying. I remember getting yelled at, but it was in bits and pieces because I kept going out. I mean, they had to keep giving me more and more. And if I hadn't had enough sense, and believe me, I had no sense at that point, to push that button, I would have just died in my sleep and nobody would have known the difference. So, that was pretty scary. And I had no idea what was going on. I don't remember most of it. Bits and pieces floating here and there, but for the most part, not knowing what was going on. It was scary. It was one of the scariest things I've ever had. Kind of like, you're saying, waking up in the hospital and not knowing. Because I didn't, most of that, I can only remember bits and pieces of. And some of it was pieced together by my kids. It's not necessarily that I remembered it. It's what they told me happened. So I don't know what hypoxia is, but the bronchitis happened at the same time for some odd reason. I mean, I guess I was already having bronchitis or COVID, whatever that happened to be. It may not have been, like I said, part of me wonders if I had COVID at that time. But yeah, that was all at the same time. So I went home from the hospital, turned around and came back because I was having major sweats and, when you get so hot and then you're freezing because you're soaking wet. And then I was chilled to the body and I was just sitting there shaking, and I was in the room with other people and they're like, what the heck, because my body was shaking so bad. So I called the ambulance and said, take me back to the hospital. I don't know what's wrong. Lack of oxygen to the brain. I don't know. I guess it's possible. The Narcan, I thought it was going to kill me. When she shot that in there and that pain went straight to my chest, I thought I was having a heart attack. And they had to stop everything to make sure I wasn't. Because, she was shooting the Narcan in there. I don't know how many doses of that they gave me to try to bring me around. And I just couldn't stay conscious. I just kept going back out again. So they're fighting that. They're fighting my kidneys shutting down. They're fighting my blood pressure was below 50. They could not get my blood pressure up. And then another emergency happened, and they're running between the two rooms with two of us in emergency situations. And I don't know what was going on. And then my daughter was there watching this whole thing. Okay, Shay. Well, thanks for stopping by. Nice to have you. And welcome back anytime. Yeah, so, I have, because of being on the pain meds and anxiety meds, they said there's a law now. I have Narcan now in the house. And I'm like, I'm not going to know if that happens again to give myself Narcan. I didn't even know what was going on then. If that happens again, well, look who's here. Wondered if you were going to show up. Hey, Jen. I had this stream yesterday, and now I had stream tonight. Oh, I was lucky. They told me if I had not woken up and pushed the bell to summon help, which brought someone who could call an ambulance, I would have just died in my sleep. And I live in a senior home, so they would just assume I died in my sleep. They probably wouldn't have done like an autopsy or anything. They would have just assumed I died in my sleep, like people in here do all the time. Yes, I streamed yesterday. The cat is not a very good speller. Sorry to say. Yes, I did stream yesterday. And I streamed again today. So between streams, we've been talking about different things. Had a few really upsetting conversations. Then some good stuff, then some bad stuff, then some good stuff. It was kind of a interesting time we've been having here. So yes, that was when my children finally realized that, they're always yelling at me because I'm going to the hospital for something or other. That was the first time it hit home, just how serious something like that could be. And that it wasn't just me. Because I swear they think I do it to get attention. My one child said that one time. You're just trying to get attention. Well, I was not trying to get attention. I was dying. And would have if I hadn't hit that button. So, I think they finally got it. Kitty editor. Yeah, your kitty doesn't spell very well. Yeah, I don't know. I had quite a few last night. I had quite a few today. We had BA talking about, all the different planners, and we got to talking about them today too, because Shadow's Lair likes one of the planners that's out there, and I watched him unboxing on the video. I watched the video because I've been hearing not so nice things about that particular planner, and so I gotta look at it, and I definitely would not like that planner at all, and definitely not my type of thing. But he's happy with it, so hey, if it works for him, great. 25 photos now. Laura's gone crazy with baby pictures because her printer wasn't working for a while and she couldn't print it. Now she's going crazy. It's working again, so she's printing baby photos. Oh boy. Oh. And then I set the stream up for today to be right after Jules's, and I told him, and they put the thing up, and she always does that stream, a list of all the streams, and I'm sitting there not thinking about it, and I see my name because when they address you with the ad, it's highlighted, and I saw the thing in the stream list, and I'm like, oh crap, I'm supposed to be on a stream. I was like, I gotta go. That was a few minutes late. So I was completely forgot. I set it up. Luckily, she prints, the streams out at the end of her thing. It reminded me where I was supposed to be. So Shay's been here most of the night, and let's see. And Memoir's been here most of the night. Shadow's Lair was here a good portion of the night. Mary was here for a while. She was reading, so she pops in every now and then and says, sorry, I forgot I was reading. I haven't seen her in a while. She's probably busy reading still. Who else popped in? Laura. It's been in a couple times. Oh, you're supposed to be on Glory and Tom's stream last Monday, but my internet wouldn't cooperate. I had a couple problems where I went to be on Charlie's, and for some reason, if it's more than my old one, I didn't notice this so far with this new computer, but my old one, which was a Chromebook, more than 2 people, maybe 3, and it would kick me off. Just keep kicking me off. And I was like, it sucks. I want to be on here, and I can't because it keeps kicking me off. Laura's still here. Okay. And it keeps kicking me off. So I know how aggravating that can be. This one doesn't do it as much. I haven't been kicked off with this one yet. So I have to make sure all my YouTube tabs are closed because YouTube will suddenly start working and then all of a sudden you hear it blasting through the thing. And it's like, oh. Shay went to do her evening yoga. Yeah. Oh. My body is in so much pain. I don't want to do anything. And they're making me cut down on my pain meds. I'm like, no, you can't do this to me. I can barely function with the pain meds. Now you want me to stop them? Not all of them completely, but still, reduction in pain meds means more pain. Not happy. And doctor's like, would you rather be alive or would you rather be dead? And I'm like, it's a matter of quality of life. If I'm going to live another 30 years and all I can do is curl up in a ball and cry for 24 hours, what's the point? There is no point. I'd rather die. Thank you very much. He's like, I understand. I said, I'm glad you understand. My family doesn't understand. I mean, there's such a thing as quality of life. 30 years in a horrendous state of pain. Well, did they say 100 years? Whatever. You know, it's just like, I don't want to do it. You know, live in constant pain now, and you want to make it even worse. And then you want me to live for another 20, 30 years like this? And it's just going to keep getting worse the older I get. That doctor actually asked me if I had a medical background. I says, no. He goes, well, you're awful smart for someone who doesn't have a medical background. I said, it comes from the school of hard knocks. Evening yoga sounds lovely. It wouldn't sound lovely if it didn't kill me. Are you writing, Jen? I know you said you had some more time off for work coming up. I can't remember. I was in the middle of doing a post. I don't know if I got it posted on time run out or not. Oh. You'll give it a go. You haven't most of the day. Laura says, my baby nephew was so tiny. Oh, dying from adorableness. Then they become teenagers. They're not so adorable. And they become sassy and what is he, around 2 or so, Laura? Something like that. I prefer to mom on the weekend. It's easier to write during the week. I feel the same way, Tessa. That's why I won't go through chemo again. Nope, nope, nope. Once was enough. Yep. Gotcha. I understand that. Definitely. He just turned 2 after Christmas. Yeah, that's what I thought. That at that point, they're still cute. Maybe not so much to mommy when they're in their terrible 2s. To the aunt who doesn't have to have constant care, since it's still so little. Okay, let's see. You are going to bed, so be blessed. Well, thank you for stopping by, and hope to see you again soon. We had a nice night. Sweet dreams. Oh, boy. And Shay is, she's Basque. Did your kitty, that's what Jen blamed her craziness on. Her kitty was walking on the keyboard. Yeah, that was pretty quick. So I don't know how long yoga takes. I don't do it. Now, and Memoir just ended up leaving. They're tired, and you may have still been here when Shadow's Lair left. Jen just arrived. Laura's back and her printer's working. She's overdosing on cuteness from baby pictures. Oh my gosh. Shay says, yeah, I'm just starting out with 15 minutes every morning and night for January, then up to 20 and eventually 30. I think I could do maybe a minute, then I'd have to stop because that would kill me. The little tiny exercises that my physical therapist makes me do just about kill me. When's he coming again? Tomorrow. Oh, good. I get to exercise tomorrow. How nice. He's coming tomorrow. I have to speak to the dietitian tomorrow. Oh, goody, goody gumdrops. The occupational therapist hasn't been out. And I'm like, what's going on? And he says, she's isolating because of COVID. She came in contact with somebody with COVID. I'm like, she hasn't been coming and I need her to do something. She's supposed to order something and she's not able to do that because she's quarantined right now. Chen says, that's a great idea. I got a 2-month trial for Peloton that I hope I'll actually use. I've seen that advertised on TV. That's the big thing, using it. Ooh, that's really nice. Yeah, that is nice. I've seen those. I don't have room. Even if my body could physically handle that. I don't have the bike, but they offer a lot. I'm hoping it will motivate me and then I'll just do YouTube workouts. Oh, you don't have the bike? So say that bike is cool. Down on the gym. I did too. The only time I went was when I paid a personal trainer. And since I paid money, a lot of money, I would go for those visits. How did that go? Are you sore today? She did a YouTube ab workout last night. Pretty effective. I would have very painful abs if I tried something like that. It didn't bother you? It's good if it didn't. Oh, excuse me. I'd love the bike. I'm working towards that goal. I think it would be really therapeutic. Looks pretty neat. Bike riding was one of the few things that didn't hurt me as bad when it came to exercise. Jen says, I don't know where my abs are. I need to find them again. I have a lot of abs. Several layers of abs. Trying to keep all these photos in order is so hard. Yeah, I bet it is. Because unless it's a good bit of time, it's hard to tell the age like that. Jen says, I can imagine. Yeah. Oh, it's weird because I started so early. Seems like it should be really late. And it's not late. It's really weird. Well, let's do another sprint. It's been a while. We've been yakking. Go ahead and do another sprint. I have a picture of my sister as a hard rocker. The teething toy ring chain draped over her ear. That's so fun. Tree. Is your cat typing again? Interesting way of spelling tree. I'm pretty sure she had help from that cat. It looks pretty funny. Yes, tree. Oh, I have to take my car in and get it worked on. Oh shoot, tomorrow's Monday. I've got so much to do and I have to go to the grocery store, pick up my medication, take my neighbor, pick up some food, get back. Oh my goodness, I have so much to do. All right, stop looking at that. Pay attention to what you're doing. Plant together. Oh, come on, not again. You know, turning this new phone off is a pain. I have to hit the up button, down button, and that's for the volume, and then hit the off button. Then push the slide button across just to turn the phone off. Because there's no button anymore on the bottom, so it makes things very complicated. I gotta turn it, I'm sorry, I had to turn the phone off. I'm gonna reset it. I don't know how many times today I kept turning the thing on for another 180 minutes. I just kept hitting it. Here we go. Join. 966. That one looks like a two eyes, a nose, and big puppy cheeks. Now my keyboard switches over all the time. Okay, the keyboard switches over. Alrighty then. So we are doing 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, how'd everybody do? I'm sitting here playing with my hearing aids, and I'm supposed to be able to scan this code to get this program to work. And for some reason, it's not working. So, I don't think these things are working. These things are expensive, too. I don't think they're backwards. That would explain that one. Helps to put it on the right way. Okay. Oh, now I hear something. Had them on backwards. I can hear, but I got an echo. Okay, so more journal and stuff, photos in a few places. In for a few pages on day 3 this way. Cool. That'll be something to look back. He'll when he gets older, he'll look back on that for sure. So I have been fighting with these hearing aids for days, and wow, even though I can't get the program to work, I finally figured out how to turn the sound so I can actually hear. Which is so weird. If you've ever gone from silence to loud, that's all I can say. It's like going from silence to loud. I haven't been wearing them because I put a mask on, knocks them right off my face, and they just hook over my ears, and these things are expensive, and the last thing I want to do is lose them. So I haven't been wearing them. But then I couldn't figure out how they worked. And last night I couldn't charge them. Now they were finally charged today. I'm trying to get the program that's on my phone, and for some reason I can't seem to do it. There's a code here, one of those things to scan. Now I've got the app, but I don't understand why it won't pick up. And that lets me change the sound and the volume and stuff on the thing. But this is a new phone, so it doesn't work the same as the other one. It's just not connected. I hate to have to call them on. I may have to call and see if they can figure out how. Because I can't even figure out how to pair them to the phone. There's like several options. I haven't been able to do anything. Huh? Ugh, 421. Are you out of practice or just not in the mood? I am surrounded on the table and also getting up to do various chores. Yeah, that does cut into the words. I checked to make sure that last thing I did is actually up there on my blog, which it is. So I did finish that. I don't know if I'm going to do anything else or not on the blog. So I have a couple more I haven't looked at, so I may look and see what they say. They're prompts. This is so weird. At first it was echoing. It's not echoing now. Maybe I just need to get used to it. But it is so loud. I can hear. I can definitely hear. But with the mask, and my glasses don't help either. You know, the things just kind of fit over your ear. You go and you try to pull the mask off or put the mask on with these things on, and they're in the way. Hearing aids are made to be worn with masks. Now, on day 3 of his life, you mean you're going back to when he was first born? Like, are you starting that far back? You're saying day 3 of his life. I'm hearing sounds I haven't heard. It's very weird. I can't place the sound yet. I just hear it. Certainly nothing I've heard before. Yeah, I started with the last pregnant picture I had of my sister within the day of his birth. Oh, cool. So you're really doing a major project. You're going back 2 years. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Now you're on day, huh? He came home from the hospital. Oh, so cute. I thought I was going to get to see my grandson because I asked my daughter for a ride. I figured she'd probably have him along. Now she's getting her oldest, the one who just got out of the military. She says, so he wants to come see it anyhow, so he's going to do it. I'm like, okay. So I guess I won't be seeing the baby drop. Oh, that's such a neat idea. I'm going to fill this entire journal before I give it to him. It'd be something to treasure. And when he's old enough, he'll be able to see it. And old enough, of course, to understand what it is. It'll be something just got access to all my sister's photos, so lots to choose from I haven't seen before. Wow. Yeah, I haven't seen much of my grandson because of the virus. And every now and then she'll send me a picture, and that's all I get. Sometimes she puts some on Facebook, but I stopped Facebooking. So I don't know if she's still putting them on Facebook or not. I just got out of Facebooking completely. And I did lose a lot of the pictures because when I had to switch phones and I couldn't, unfortunately, copy the backup because it was corrupt. anything that I did not personally take on my camera, I lost. So unless I saved it, and I don't always do that immediately, unless I saved it and it went into Dropbox, I don't have the pictures. I mean, she takes tons of pictures of them. I rarely get to see them. I wish I'd figure out what to do with this. I hate having to call these people tomorrow about these hearing aids. But I want the program to work, and I can't get it to work with this phone. And that's an iPhone 12. It's a new phone, so of course, you know, that information doesn't travel over when I switched everything from the other phone over. Didn't bring that over. And I never got it hooked up to that. One thing that I didn't get it hooked up. Now it's got one of those QR things, and I tried. It says if I capture with the camera, it'll be scanned automatically. Of course, I don't know what 15 centimeters are. So it tells me I should be 15 centimeters away. What the heck is 15 centimeters? Anybody know? I don't know nothing about centimeters. I figured this was going to be easy. I would just scan this code and everything would be fine. And nope, that's not working. I don't know if my hearing aids support Bluetooth. There's this option if none of the above options apply. There's this option if you see the 6-digit care code. Don't yeah. Follow the model. Yeah, I tried following the model and finding the model ear on these little things the other day. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I don't understand these directions. 5.9 inches is 15 centimeters. And what did I say? I forgot what I said. I ended on the wrong thing. 15 centimeters. 5.9. So almost 6 inches away. About 6 inches. Why aren't you seeing? No kidding. You didn't think I could figure that one out for myself? Oh my gosh. Thanks, Laura. It didn't help me any because it's not working, but it helped because it told me I should have Googled it myself. Sorry about that. Laura says to Jen, it's so much fun. My sister is so busy she doesn't have time to do anything with her photos. So I have taken to this secret project like a kid to candy. Your sister's lucky to have you. That's wonderful. And it's got to be fun too. And I bet you it's going to be beautiful. So I've seen some of your journaling pages. I bet that's going to be beautiful. I think that's a great idea. It's too hard as the mom. Sometimes it is hard as a mom to try and do all that because you're so busy trying to take care of your child. Who has time for fun projects? Especially if he's 2 years old now. She's busy running all over the house after him. That's really cool. You're a great sister. My sister is paying to have my car repaired. I got a pretty great sister too. But she sure didn't have to do that. Your sister spends a lot of time being a climbing structure for him. I haven't had little ones in a while. Kind of forget. It's been a long time. My babies are in their 40s. So I don't get to see my grandchildren that much. So they were always, afraid of me because they never saw me that much. So I never really had the relationship with my grandkids either. Two's adorable for everybody else. For the mother, it's a little more difficult, but yeah, they're definitely cute at that age. My grandson just turned 1 in December, so he's up and about now. So she's got her hands full. And she's 40. She's 41 now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So, she's not young. And she's working full time, and she's got a little one that's also using her as a climbing structure. He's a little bit younger, but still using her as a climbing structure. And since he hasn't seen me much, he looks at me that when he sees me, like, who are you? Don't know you, especially now with the mask. He looks at me in the mask. He's like, I have no idea who you are. Which is a shame. You do sound like a wonderful aunt. I agree with Jen. And I think that's great. I didn't have that same relationship with my sister. We weren't ever close. None of us were ever close. I'm closer to her now. Don't worry about it, Jen. You don't have to be perfect. My sister did not like my ex-husband. And we kind of grew even further apart because of him. And it wasn't until after I got rid of him that we started to bond a little bit. So we're a little bit closer now than we used to be. But after years of not being close and not growing up close, it's been a little hard. We're doing the Sunday night prep for the week here and there. Are you working this week or is this your week off, Jen? You said you had another week off? But as I was saying, my sister's, she gave me the money to get my car fixed. And it's a pretty decent amount, so hopefully I can get most of the really bad things that need to be fixed. And they didn't have to do that. And I think it's really, I'm really glad. Okay, let's see. Before I get behind again, I am working this week, and guess what? We're short-handed again. Oh, Jen. I guess shouldn't be surprised, right? I'm sorry. It sucks. Oh, thanks. I try. I haven't been able to actually be with them since 2 Christmases ago when he turned 1. So sad. I was surprised. I was supposed to get to play with him and babysit this Christmas. I'm so sorry. I understand that. Not being able to see my grandson. I can certainly understand your feelings. I was always in my grandchildren's lives. Thanks to this stupid pandemic, I barely ever see them. And the baby, he's like, I'm going to miss his whole toddler life. Where the, like you say, where they're so cute. By the time I finally get a chance to be with him, will be a pain in the ass teenager like his brother. Oh my God. Jen says, oh my goodness. With the border being closed and everything, I've been isolated, so I live through the screen of my phone. I think it's great, though, that your family, you guys, like you're always talking about, you get together like that. My family doesn't even do that. I mean, I could at least live with that if we were to, do the video chats and stuff. But they can't be bothered. Not much I can do about it. Honestly, there's nothing I can do about it. He recognizes me in my Authortubers videos, though, so he doesn't forget who I am. That's cute. That is so cute. I wish my grandson even knew who I was. He just looks at me like, I don't know who you are. I have no idea who you are. And with the mask, like, he looks at us, he's kind of horrified. Because at home, of course, they don't use the mask. But when they're out, even my daughter has to have a mask on, obviously, when she's in contact with me. And he doesn't know what to make of it. I've seen his little face, and he's so bewildered. Jen said, that's wonderful, Laura. You'll see him soon, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. Excuse me, but I'm going to cry, so. He was born at a terrible time for you to bond with him. Yes, it was. It was for you, Tessa. I figured that. Thank you. At least he was born a few days before I had to come back to Canada for work, so I didn't miss the birth. That's what I said. I got to be at the birth. Then a few months later, we went into shutdown. I've seen him a couple times, but I can't get near him. You know, I gotta watch him from across the room. And I understand that. I don't want to make him sick if I happen to be sick. I'm sorry. Thank you guys. I love you guys too. I was saying earlier that people in here are like family to me. Sometimes more like my family than my family. And that's pathetic. Shouldn't have to feel that way. My daughter can't wait to get her little digs in. Oh, I can't do anything. I have to take care of my children. They need me. You know, I'm sorry, but your mother needs you too. Laura says you deserve the world at all. Yeah, most of the time I take this pretty good. This has been a rough night. We've had a few rough conversations and everything, and sometimes it's just so hard. It's okay, Tessa. It must be so hard. Amen to that. Thank you, guys. I appreciate both of you so much. Things will get better and you will get all the hugs you deserve. The insanity will end someday and families will see each other again. It really makes you wonder sometimes, will it end? Is it ever going to end? It's so hard to think of it ending. It just seems never ending. I mean, it's been over a year now. Jeez. And I certainly never expected anything like this in my lifetime. There will be a time when COVID is behind us, so we might even forget about it sometimes. Maybe. I guess it depends on how it affects you. I mean, the families that have been hard enough and bad enough that they lost family members due to it are never going to forget it. I haven't lost anybody yet. My dad was sick with it, but he recovered very well. He was pretty much not even affected by it because he was asymptomatic. I guess that's been building up for a while. Wasn't planning on that. Wasn't planning on crying. I'm sorry. Again, it caused some rifts, though, being such a touchy subject. Well, I know there's causing a problem. My sister is very upset with her oldest daughter because her oldest daughter doesn't see a reason to wear a mask. And my sister's really, really afraid of this whole thing. And so, it's become oh, well, we're going to mom's house. We have to wear our mask kind of a thing. And, I know that's really hard on my sister because, her daughter is in the medical field. And that makes it even worse that she can't even see that this, is dangerous and that should be wearing a mask. Cry away, it's good for you. That's what they say. If we ever get to meet in person, I will hug you and there's nothing you can do to escape it. No, thank Laura. You guys are so great. I would love to meet you guys. Yes. Wouldn't it be fun to meet your friends here someday? That's why it was so nice having you on the other day, Jen. I mean, we actually got to talk, and this is the closest we've been, and not just chatting on a thing. And same thing, Laura, I'm sure you feel the same way when you're guest hosting with somebody. You can actually talk to those people, and they seem so much more real because you can talk to them, physically talk to them. And I have, as I said to Charlie the other day on the stream, that you guys are like family to me. That's what I think, that you guys are like family. We were talking about this earlier. We were all talking about it, and Shay was here at the time. It was, we had a couple hard conversations today. It's been a little rough. It's been a rough day. That was so much fun. And yeah, it was. And it's like, I mean, you ever want to be on with me, you can be on with me anytime you want. You let me know, and I'll send you a link, and you can join at any time. It doesn't have to be at the beginning. You pop in at any time. This thing does not fit my ear right. But yeah, it's the closest to being, with somebody at this point in time. It won't be the last time. I hope not. As I said, you ever want to be on with me, you just tell me and I'll send you a link. Just that quick. You can be on the screen with me. And we can be talking in real life and not craziness like trying to chat. I'm talking and you're chatting. It's harder for you guys to keep writing everything. It just took a lot more out of me than I was prepared for that first night. I guess so, because you've never done it before. It's been so long since I've been on, I haven't really thought much about it. And you were on there a long time, because it was one of the long ones. It wasn't like, you usually when, Megan or Laura or Jules, they want to stick to the 2 hours, and that's fine. It's definitely fine, because most people usually spend for 2 hours. And then there's people like Charlie and me that have super long ones, and Yeah, I'm sure it does take a lot out of you, and you weren't used to it. You didn't know what to expect. You were kind of like excited and dreading it. If you're anything like me at the same time, it was kind of like both, and you didn't know what was coming. But we had a good time that night. And last night we got Laura made some timers, and they had some music on them. I noticed a few people today on Jules's were a little upset with the music. So not everybody likes music, but I liked the music. I didn't find it distracting. I found it kind of soothing, that kind of music. Oh, yeah. You got to remember that. She's printing for 3 hours on Monday because she's being published tomorrow. Her story's coming out in an anthology. So on Monday night from 9 to 12 Eastern Time, she's holding a special sprint. She only sprints for 2 hours, but she's doing 3 hours on Monday because she's being published, which is so cool. So cool. I'm so happy for you. Laura, did you say you were going to try and create your own anthology? Because you've got a lot of great stories you've been writing. And you can put your own anthology together of short stories and put it out. I know people keep telling me I should do that. I'm like, I don't understand. I can't publish anything. That's why I was looking in the Smashwords, because it says I can put it up for free. So I figured if I published it and put it as no money, then maybe I could do that and still see it too. It's like, be actually see it published. But I'm just not sure about that. You're working on you are working. I thought you said that, your own anthology too. Just need a lot more stories to put in it. Yeah, I wouldn't know how many. I'd have to check other anthologies out to get an idea of what would be a recommended amount of stories. I had to buy this bottle because I needed a liter bottle because I have to have a colonoscopy done, and I needed a liter bottle for for the nice liquid I get to take for that. Not looking forward to that at all. I've refused to have one. You're supposed to have one when you turn 50. I'm 64, and I refused up till now. But now it's a medical thing. It has to be done, and I don't have a choice. Because I have to find out what's wrong with me. I can't eat certain foods that I used to eat. And I'm constant pain, upset stomach. It's nasty. So I had to buy a liter bottle because I had no idea what it would be. And I didn't want to go and try to measure it in myself. So I bought a bottle that says 1 liter on it. So it's like, I gotta make sure my aide does not throw my bottle out on me. So it's called Celldration, enhanced mineralized purified water. tastes like water. And I need more water because I'm dehydrated, which caused all the hubbub the other day. So, oh, did I write that one? No. Let me put this in here now. Oh, this is Sunday, not Sunday. Maybe I did write it down. The wrong date. Yes, I did. But I'm not so good at looking at my planner. See, that's the thing. I have a planner, but you have to look at the planner for it to actually help you. So I want to try and remember. Hopefully I'll remember. And try to remember. Because I don't want to miss it. I want to be there. I think that'll be great. Is it a digital anthology or printed? Stupid thing popping out of my ear. Hearing aids. How they won't stay in. That one fell completely out. Digital anthology. So it's not actually printed. I don't know if that's good or bad. Well, Jen, I didn't know you had to leave. Did you see the part where we talked about her having a special thing tomorrow? Okay, I guess you did. You're saying congratulations. Is it one of the ones I read or something different? I know I read a couple of yours. Yeah, so she's going to have that tomorrow night, 9 to 12 Eastern Standard Time. Oh, no, I did not read that one. Oh, so it's a different one. I'll have to see about that one. You're still unemployed, but your job starts on the 25th. Right, you got a few more weeks. Well, glad you found a job finally. I gather it's in Canada. Because I remember seeing where you were trying to get residency there or something. I'm sorry, it is better to not be at work when your book releases. You might curl up on the floor all day. That's funny. That's well. Oh, you won't even have to move. Well, that makes it even better. Thankfully. I'm glad you don't have to move. You don't get royalties. You were paid once and that's it. I hope it was a decent amount. Probably not, though. I have no idea how much those things pay. Hi, Shay. You're back. And I'm back. And I'm back. Fell down. Oh, fell down the Instagram rabbit hole on my phone. Gotcha. Oh my God. That's all you got for the whole thing? No. At least you're published. It may not be the best amount of money in the world, but you can say you're published. um, That's a shame. You came back at a good time, Shay, because I was crying there for a while. You see, you missed that. Thank God. Then quite a night, let me tell you that. That was the publishing deal. I submitted one story, and I'm one of 30 authors in it. Wow. They get off pretty cheap, and they can sell the book. But you could put it on your resume or whatever writers do. What do they do? Resumes? I don't know. Chances though, honestly, if I did my math, I'd be so far in the red on mine. I choose not to. He says, oh no, are you okay? I'm okay. It was just some family things, talking about babies and not getting to see my grandchild and all this stuff. Just kind of got a little emotional. I'm okay. And admit it's been kind of a rough night with all the talk we've had, and then we just got talking about, not seeing our family, and got harder. I went back and read the comments. Thanks for everyone. Thank you. Yeah, your story will be out there, and that's what matters. That's important. You can say you were published. There's nothing like a grandma hug. I'd give the world a hug just one more time. My grandparents have been gone a long time. I only have one parent left. And half the time, he's not even sure who I am. I am essentially the oldest one in my family now, except for my dad, who's just barely hanging in there. So I become the new head of the family. I remember my grandparents, we'd go to visit, and I loved raw clams, and they always had raw clams. I always loved to go to my grandparents' house and get raw clams, because they didn't get them at home. And the other side was my mom said, no, we're not associating to my dad with your family because they don't even treat us like they treat the rest of the family. I'm not going to put our kids through that. Your grandma raised you. So last year, 2019, I essentially lost my mom, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I've already lost my mom. I lost my mom 7 years ago. 7 years ago I lost my mom. It is very hard. And now my dad's in a nursing home with a stroke and doesn't know who we are. It is hard. Even if it is your grandmother that raised you, she was your mom. I've got like a million things to do tomorrow. I'm just not looking forward to it. But if all goes well, I'll get to see my grandson. He just got out of the Marine Corps. He did his 4 years. And he's home now. So my daughter said he'll be the one picking me up from the car place when I drop my car off. So I'll get a chance to see him. I haven't seen him in a few years. Because he's been, when he first went to the Marine Corps, he spent 2 years in Japan and the Philippines, and then he had to go out to Arizona. He came home for short periods of time every now and then. And I'd get to see him for a few hours. So he's out of the Marine Corps now, but I don't know if he's planning on living here or moving somewhere else. Jen. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to bring the sadness back. Just saying, I'm sure your grandchildren miss you. Your grandmas are so important in my book. Yeah, there was a rift in my family, and we were never super close. So you don't think about it, something like this happens, and it's like, now I can't even see them. Even if I had the time and not, it wouldn't make a difference because I can't see them. Yeah, Jen, I can understand going through that with my oldest daughter. Something happened. I wish it didn't happen, and it wasn't all my fault, but she's acting as if it was all my fault. What she said is what triggered the whole thing to happen. And I've apologized numerous times and tried talking about it, but she doesn't want to. And I can't make her. So I have learned that just because you say I'm sorry does not mean it's all well and good and everything goes back to the way it was. It doesn't work that way. Trying to rebuild a relationship with her, but she's not making it easy. And she treats me as a obligation. I'm her mother, so she has to do it. And she makes me know it too. Make sure I understand that. She's doing it because she has to. Sometimes kids can be hard on. Can be hard on you. It's just one of those crazy situations. It's got out of hand. And then some siblings and the she changes from there. I hope so too. But I'm at a point where I can't do anything else. I've done everything I can do. She doesn't want to change her mind. I can't make her. And like I said, just because you say you're sorry doesn't necessarily mean it's going to all go. There. Shay says, yeah, trying to rebuild and repair is not easy. I know it took years for my grandmother and I to reconcile. But I'm glad that we did long before she passed. It's the time you can't get back that haunts. Yeah. And I think these couple instances lately where I had that were more serious, and she always treated everything as if I was just trying to get attention. And after what happened, and she realized that I could have died, and that could have been, before we could have even tried to work anything out. And I think it's making her think. So she's trying a little bit harder. It's hard. Definitely hard. I'm hoping that restoration happens. I bet it would be a blessing for both of you. Yeah. And to be honest, until what happened and the fact that she won't accept an apology, I just never thought that things could go that way. Never realized it. So I learned the lesson. Learned the lesson. And like I said, that wasn't all my fault. But yet she's acting as if I'm the one who did everything wrong. So it's like I'm not getting the sorry out of her. I'm lucky if I get the time of day out of her. Having kids can be rough. Definitely be rough. Now, when I think about my relationship compared to her and her father, I mean, the kids really don't have good relationships with their father at all. None of them. So I should count myself lucky. I'm not in his boat. He like calls me and is like, what's going on? I said, you need to talk to them. Don't ask me. You need to talk to your child. And I don't know exactly what's going on between all of them, but I know there's a big problem. And mine's nowhere near that. So, a new year. Before you came back, I was telling them I put my hearing aids in. I haven't been using them because with the mask they just fall out of my ears. They don't fit that great anyhow. And I'm like hearing sounds that I normally can't hear. It's really weird. They fall off with the mask. You put the mask on, they just sit over the back of your ear. So the mask, pulling the mask on them all, they go flying. I'm like, jeez, I'm losing these things. 40 photos printed now. Holy cow. You may have a problem. You have yourself a project there, Laura. Jen says, yeah, I agree with Jen. 40 photos. Holy cow. It's quite a project you got going. I didn't have like my kids, any of the pictures of the kids when they were younger or anything, any family pictures. My ex-husband took everything, and I told him, well, at least get the kids their albums. He took everything else, so I have nothing to look back on. Page 9 now, the journal. There's a lot of writing you got to do too for each picture, writing about it. Like, do you have notes that you kept so you know what you're writing? Because I wouldn't be able to remember like 2 years ago. And again, I have a problem with my memory right now. I can't figure out what the sound is here. The hearing aid's picking something up. I don't know what it is. Not sure. I'm writing from memory for some pages. Others are just photos. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering because I'm trying to remember back over time. And for some of them, you probably weren't even there. So it would be secondhand stories at best. Things that you were told by your sister. Either way, it should turn out to be a really neat thing for your sister to have. Keep thinking your hearing aids are picking up the music I'm listening to, then I realize it's impossible. Yeah, I don't think it can do that since we're not connected. If you were on my screen or I was listening to you as you were, actually live or something, then maybe, yeah, but I don't, pretty sure there's no way you can pick up your music at this point. But I don't know what it's picking up. And I'm not used to these. So I don't wear them that often. I have to call them tomorrow and try to get this hooked back up to my cell phone. Because my cell phone, I was able to control the sound and stuff. But I couldn't get it rehooked back up. I don't know if I will be able to. Relaxing piano music from studio. Oh, I took my glasses. Oh, that's right, yeah. That's the other. Yeah, they're problematic with the hearing aids. Glasses. Glasses mess, not made for hearing aids. Studio Ghibli, whatever movies. So coming. Jen said that must be great. Was it you showing your planner on stream the other day? Or my daughter was watching you. I know I've shown my planner. She's shown her journal a few times. Oh yeah, the paintings. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I think I saw that too. I think. Such a neat movie. I'm not sure what it is. I'm still trying to figure these hearing aid things out, trying to connect them. Okay. And then do it again. That didn't work. And says it's getting late. I need to be up in the morning for work. I'm going to wrap things up here and head to bed. I hope to see you on Tuesday. I hope to see you too. And if you get a chance, remember Laura's from 9 and 12 tomorrow. Her special. Have a good sleep and see you later. Good night. I tried to do it manually with the hearing aids, but either I did something wrong. Didn't hear. Backwards. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Yeah. It's the same thing no matter what. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm probably going to end up having to call these hearing aid people tomorrow. Not that I want to. It doesn't. I don't know. I'm not very good with smartphones to begin with. Guess I'm calling this hearing aid people. Oh dear. Now you guys, did you want to sprint anymore? Or are you done for the night? Shay says, sorry, realized I hadn't written all day and it would be midnight in less than an hour. Gotta open you up on the computer instead of my phone. Okay. Then I guess you want to actually sprint. So you haven't written. Laura's busy working on something, so we can sprint. You're just printing more photos internally. Still printing and printing and printing. Okay. I'm going to start for 30 minutes. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. I just started it. So we're ready to go. Alrighty. Minutes is up. Oh boy, 52 pictures printed so far. And you're up to April 2019. A long ways to go. I'm looking. Oh, there's a whole pile of notes here I need to go through. Looking for certain information that I can't find. And sure where it is. May was their trip to Hong Kong to meet the other grandparents. I need to talk to my parents about the trip because they got to go too. Wow. I gotta go to the doctor's Tuesday, and I need to go by a company called Logisticare that Medicaid pays for. And trying to find the time they're supposed to pick me up. And I have not figured out where in this mess to put it. I don't think I need all these anymore. I already made those videos, so I don't need these. New one. Yeah, I was going to write it down so I know what time they're supposed to be here. And I can't find it. That's why I said I need to start learning how to put things in the planner and not writing on more bits and pieces of paper. The bad habit. And so I am got to get out of that. No, I didn't write it down yet. That's what I was from it. What's what I wanted to do. Just find the time so I can write it down. I don't know what time they're coming. She said she got 638 and wrote in her journal for the day. Well, that's a good amount. Definitely a good job. I was on Facebook. I said I wouldn't go on Facebook. But supposedly there's a group there for beta readers to connect. And so I had to go on Facebook and I checked into it. Another group accepted my application. I don't know about them. But I'm not so sure. They only want to do it in pieces. Like they want you to send just little pieces. So I'm not so sure that's exactly what I'm looking for. So I fell down the hole into Facebook is what I did. Instead of looking for this piece of paper that has the time I need to be picked up on. Now, have this other stuff, which I'm sure is exactly the same stuff they've been sending me. I must have gotten 50 envelopes full of at least 10 to 12, maybe 15 or more pages, because something's wrong with their computer and it just keeps sending me copies out over and over again. Yeah, because it's dated back in November 30th. And they're still sending them out. I already filled all this information out, already signed it, already sent it back, and they keep sending me. Hi, Melanie. Yeah, well, Melanie, you know how it is. I slept pretty late. Not as late as yesterday, but I slept pretty late today. This is all the same stuff. They just keep sending me. And I can't throw it out because it's got important private information on it. It's got to be shredded, which is annoying to have to keep shredding all these pages. So Melanie says I slept a lot today too. My sinuses were horrible. Much better now though. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I know sinuses can cause some, especially painful headaches. And if my sinuses are really bad, my teeth ache. Oh, it's terrible. So glad you're feeling better. Pretty sure this is almost exactly the same thing that they send me every time. Over and over and over again. Wish there was a date on it. Besides the letter, which is dated November 30th. As far as I can tell, it's got all the shredded. Lovely. Oh, yeah, so we just got done a sprint. And I'm busy trying to find some information that I've lost. And we're going to be sitting downstairs for a long time waiting for them because I can't remember when they're coming. My appointment's at 3:30. And it's over half an hour drive. And they come usually early. Part of me is thinking they said 2:30 pickup, which means 2:15 to 2:45 could be picked up. And I have to be ready. That's what my brain is telling me. That doesn't mean it's true. Of course. Exterminator is already here. I don't know. I could probably call Just to Care, which is the company that provides the service. Probably call them and ask them. Alright, this. Oh, jeez. Oh. Get a cramp. What's there? How's your writing been going for you all this evening? I edited chapter 4 to 5 with draft 3 while watching the Browns kick the Steelers. I was trying to see if I could get my hearing aids working right too. Getting closer. Sweet. 2:30 pickup. I think I found it. .2:30 is pickup, so I have to be ready from 2:15 to 2:45. If they pick me up at 2:45, it'll be a close call. But they've been tending to be super early. Which isn't so bad. A doctor that I can go into the office. But when they make it for a doctor that you have to stand outside and wait till they let you in, because they drop you off, you can't sit in the car till you get the call to come in the office. Make you sit outside, make you stand outside or sit outside, or whatever you're going to do outside until they're ready for you. This one is not a big deal. I know they'll let me in. So 2:30 is the pickup time. Okay, Laura. Nice to see you. Glad you were here. Have a good night. Well, I missed a whole lot. Man, I really looked away from it during this entire time in normal writing today. She says, hey there, stepped away from the laptop. Writing is decent today. Tomorrow will be better. Melanie says, I have a journal today, but catch up on it tomorrow. Melanie tells you tomorrow's always another day for sleep. Mars says it's time for bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Laura. And thanks for everything. Melanie says, take care of Laura. And Melanie says, you can't stay in your car even when it's cold. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not in my car. I'm being taken there by some company. I'm not driving. And no, I can't stay in their car. They pull into the parking lot and kick you out. They don't care that you can't go in. And they don't care that they were early picking you up. They don't care that it's middle of winter and freezing outside. So it's either I have to do the driving, which I'm trying to get away from doing driving. I'm not really great at driving, especially now. It's getting a lot worse. So no, I can't. That's why this doctor usually lets me in his reading room. So hopefully not going to be an issue. Usually not an issue. It really depends on the doctor. Oh, I see. I'm multitasking, so I didn't catch the part that someone's driving you. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's a company, it's their business, and the estate pays for the ride, which is great, except that when you get there and they don't care that they're early and that the doctor won't let you in the waiting room until, a certain time, they just drop you off. That's all there is to it. So it's like, I've been stuck outside a couple times, freezing. So either I drive. Right now, my car I'm getting ready to put it in the shop. It's got some issues. And my kids don't want me driving anyhow because I've got issues. And so it means it's great having somebody else drive, especially like this one I'm looking at is a long drive. I don't have to make the drive. I just have to sit there in the vehicle. But when I get there, it's like, get out. And it's like you get up to the door and there's a sign that says, call this number, wait in your car till we call you in. And most doctors are that way. Unfortunately, with today, the world the way it is today, that's the way most doctors' offices are. If they even let you. I mean, I got a lot of telemed appointments, but some of them you have to go to. This one I have to go. I can't very well get my feet checked out, nails cut and everything. If I don't go to the doctor's office. It's not a matter of telemed. Can't do it. I have to go in person. Which reminds me, I'm waiting on a phone call from people I was looking to get my diabetic shoes from to check up on my insurance and get back to me, which was quite a while ago. She hasn't gotten back to me yet. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, the doctor office visit on the same paper. So, I'm just going to put that on my phone. I wanted the confirmation numbers. Put them in the phone so that I can, in case I need them. And this one is Molly says, I think I'm gonna fall asleep. Head to bed. I'm ready to crash. Take care. Tessa, we'll look tomorrow. Have a great night, Shay. All right. Good night, you guys. Thanks for stopping by. It is getting late. Well, at least I found the paper I was looking for. Whew. Okay. Well, I think it's just you and I, Shay. Did you plan on writing anymore, or are you done? Let's get on here. I've got medicine to take too. Are you still writing, Shay? No. I'm going to set one more sprint, and if you're done writing, just let me know. My mic was muted. I'm sitting here talking to you. No wonder you can't hear me. Yes, I am okay. I started a sprint. I tried to see if you were there, but you weren't answering, so I wasn't sure. So I started the sprint, and I see you were having trouble with YouTube. I don't know if you got it fixed or not. It looks from the count up there, it looks like you might still be here. At least you're showing up. I don't know if you're able to answer me or not. But I am okay. I stepped away to do some medications that I have to do before bedtime. I know the whole medication thing. Because I tried asking if you still wanted to write, but if you are, I guess if you were having problems with YouTube, you don't hear me. Somebody just disappeared out of here. Oh, okay. You are still there. I didn't know if you still had a problem. You were here for the sprint, and then I was like, oh, she's going to come back, and I didn't see you, and I was like, she's all right. I'm sorry I worried you. You got hungry. Yeah, I get it. I'll have to eat again one more time before I go to bed. So I have to do my blood glucose test and eat something before I lay down. But I was like, you weren't answering, and I didn't know what was wrong. Then I saw that you had a problem with YouTube. You heard me talking and tried to rewind, but YouTube was being stupid, so it refreshed right as you were starting the sprint. Oh, okay. I didn't know what to do. So since you didn't answer, I didn't know if there was a problem. I figured I'll just start a sprint and just go ahead and do what I had to do. So I didn't know if you were still writing or not. I know the other two left. I'm like, okay. I wasn't sure what was going on. Then I'm sitting here talking, right? And it's muted. I'm like, oh, well, nobody's going to hear me if I'm muted. Okay. You still want to do one more sprint? Maybe I'd be glad to set that timer again. That's the hardest part, is having to do all this, you know, the... All right, how long you want me to set it for? Set it for whatever you want. You're the only one here. So whatever works for you. You just let me know. Okay, 15 it is. .15 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There we are. And we're off. Okay.
Well, Memoir, first game of 2020, and I just want to say good evening, everyone. Anyways, it was something interesting. Um, I had a lot of plans for 2020. I had supposed to really just because push this thing on it, get more things difficult, and I want to have it a year again. So I decided in December to use it as practice for December was my practice for 2021, and in December, COVID, and I've done a lot of editing because COVID made it impossible for my mind to work creatively, right? So I began doing a lot of editing, and I have a lot of editing. I've been writing for years. I have a lot of people and a lot of I don't think I'm going to so I decided this is the year that I'm really going to just put it out there, and I'm going to try to publish things this year. Yes, and I, and that's not going to count the two that I published. Well, my first game of 2020, and I just want to say good evening, everyone. One of these, it's going to be an interesting year. Um, I had a lot of plans for 2020. I had plans to really just keep on us, especially down it really to go again. So I decided in December to use it as practice for December was my practice for 2021, and in December, COVID, and I've done a lot of editing because COVID made it impossible for my mind to work too creatively, right? So I began doing a lot of editing, and I have a lot of editing. I've been writing for years. And I don't really have a method, and so I decided this is the year that I'm really going to just put it out there, and I'm going to try to publish books this year. Yes, and I, um, and that's not going to count the two that I published in December. In December, what is it? December 10th, I published Breaking Taxi. And this was kind of a little for me to publish because I had written it for a friend of mine who is not second woman. But she's only a witness, and I decided we need to put it. Well, December 14th. The second one on December 20th was but that's what I did. I put it out there so two months, one on December 10th, one on December 12th. And then I went through and I finished editing the rest of $300. On January the 20th, the Huntsman's Heart will come out. On February 19th, the Huntsman's Hatred will be released. And on March 19th, the Huntsman's Gold will be out. Then after that, maybe if things are bad, this is the book by Melvin and Henry's that I published through Editable Indie House. last July. If things work out, the next book in the series called The Wild and Enemy about women bravery. Yeah, there you go. Don't forget that that's another shooting there. In May, the second book of this series is Famous Coffee House. It was the first book of the Voted Sisters series. In May, I am planning on releasing The Flame Burning Within. On the May 20th, we're going to release it for that one. Um, in July, or in June, give me some announcement. In June, I am planning on releasing either Revelation of Elm, which is the third book in the Revelation of Ash and Raver series, or I'm going to be releasing what do you think? This thing I have set for possibly to be released in April if Red Velvet's not ready. And if it is, then I will release it in May or May or July, and then I will come. I have 6 months worth of publishing set. It's already read, already written, already edited, and so that's my plan for 2021, is to look at 2020 and say, well, my copycat, I got plans. And with everything that's going on in 2020, and now at the very beginning of 2021, it really feels like 2021 is kind of 2020. Well, that's a killer, like what I can do. And I feel like that's not the case. I'm living desperately and praying for my little parents' role that things settle down. I mean, we only have 46 active volcanoes in the world right now, so, and in terms of what our engineering is coming up,
All right. There was our 15 minutes. I listened to a video from the woman that was on earlier, Memoir. It says penumbra. I don't know what that means. And then MM word is the end. So yeah, we made it. And you're still awake. So I appreciate your attending my stream. And you were here all night, pretty much. Which was very nice. And now, it's kind of... I've been streaming over 9 hours. Probably should stop. It's after 2, so... Yeah. Yeah. Getting sleepy myself. It's after 2 where I'm at, so... It's definitely time to start winding it down. So again, I thank you so much for attending my stream and hope to see you again soon. I think it's time for me to stop and try to get some sleep if I can. So I will talk to you soon, I hope. Okay, so you're a little behind me then. Not quite so bad, but it's after 2 here. Thank you so much, Sherry. I'm good. You think I'm such a sweet person. And I will have a great night, and you will as well. And sleep tight. And talk to you soon. Night night.